of, I would say, gradually transforming to ebooks. So we are still going to have physical books, all right, but in the long term, hope that most of our collections would be digital. So the good thing is that the university has subscribed to a very important publisher of ebooks, ProQuest. And so as a result, as I speak, you can find most of the books in the library actually online, even more than what we have like physical copies. So we are going to be looking at these two licenses. The reason why we need to look at it, and it's very bad that we don't have the people that are really going to use the software. These two, we have other programs that are also running alongside. Lectures has begun. The good thing is that there was a workshop earlier, but what we are doing now is to beef up what was done earlier. It is important that one learns how to use a software, especially one that has a license regulation. If you misuse it, you are going to be penalized one way or the other. And it is the university that will be penalized. For users, if you misuse it, especially with Turnitin, sometimes you can get your work locked in the system. And it is going to be really traumatic trying to deal with it, trying to withdraw it from the database and all that. It comes with a lot of challenges. And some of our colleagues are already experiencing this problem. It's really, really a difficult challenge. Unfortunately, when the subscription was done last October, the university, especially UTAG, but all other unions were on strike. And so we were ready to immediately roll out a workshop, but it couldn't happen. I think we tried having it online and it was fairly successful, but once you start using something, you get to encounter new challenges. And that is why it is necessary that this workshop is made available to academic staff of the university to ensure that we all start well, so we can avoid some of the pitfalls and also to use the software effectively to achieve our academic goals. So in a way, if I am the chairman also for the program, that is my brief remark. We hope that we would all participate effectively. It is going to be a very much interactive session. So you would realize that I'm not going to be doing any PowerPoint presentation per se, because it's virtually hands-on. This is something that many of us know, we've heard of it. We are probably even using it, but there are some I's and T's we will need to learn how to cross and all that. So that is the purpose for this workshop this morning. My hope is that others will join us. If they are not able to, those of us who are here, we must be able to assist or help others when they use the software. As I've said, misuse of it would attract serious consequences for the university because it costs a lot. Then you as a researcher, as a writer, you would also suffer some consequences on your own academic work. So thank you and welcome once again to this all-important workshop. Please, those of us who are here, if you can, if you know any of your colleagues who is free, please call him or her to join us. Thank you so much. So if I get up again, means that we are kickstarting the workshop. Thank you.
Just a little. I was supposed to give a brief remark as chair. our South African trainer, trained us, so we understand. And I actually asked him to take part because he is a trainer.
Can pick our hand of
Oh, dog. Okay, okay. Hmm.
عشان يشكون زي عشان
Wow.
يشكون
Oh, I see. Wow. Everyone is there. Everyone is there. Mm. Mm. Ah, uh, uh, so this thing is for lecturers. It's not for. So it's funny. Been we have about 5, 6, 7 lecturers here. Okay. Yeah, try and bear 10 minutes. Okay, okay. Your no auditorium. Your no auditorium. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
You are even recording. Huh? Thanks. So it's now 5. Okay. Okay. Oh, oh, oh. I'm not going to offer. What's the order to use that platform? Just platform. So that photo. Yeah, official. So I don't know what is official. It's a communication site. This one is mostly for lectures. This is for workshop. And
Mike.
opportunity to use it right at the desktop, on your desktop, in your palms, that is on your phone, wherever you are. You don't even have to be restricted to campus. You can borrow books from the library. And what we now have as our partner is ProQuest. ProQuest is one of the largest publishers in the world. They are involved in a lot of other services. And one of the media services, book publishing, they are also very much involved in ebooks publishing. And that is the company that we have selected as our ebook partner.
Yes, sir.
Good. So I'll take you straight away to where you can find ProQuest on the university website. As I've mentioned, it is also one of the major licenses that the university acquired actually since last year, but we have not been able to expose them to you in this manner, and so it is very likely that you may not have used it before. I think as we know our website, so if you can go to the university website, it's very, very simple process. So whilst on the website, you would navigate to the library page. We have some, I would say, shortcuts at the very top. Yes, you can see from the top left, that side, it goes, and then you find library. You can also find the library link and the academics, where you find the faculties, but you would also find it, I think on your left, you see University Library, so go to that. This is our page. It is still in development, and so some of the thumbnails you see may not work right away, but this is the structure of the library portal. Good, so you can see a number of thumbnails on the landing page. Then the first, as you can see, is research databases, off-campus access, and then you see ProQuest ebooks. We'll look at the first two as well, but let's look at ProQuest ebooks. Good. So it takes me to a page where I am required to log in. Indeed, I'll mention quickly that you are not supposed to log in once you are connected on campus to the campus network, the Wi-Fi or cable connection. You are not supposed to log in. I think there is a technical issue. That is why you see this. So once you're on campus, you wouldn't even need to log in. But until we resolve that technical challenge, what we are now doing is that we will require your institutional email, your first and last name, as in your name, and then give us your institutional email, and then we register you. I think we should be able to do it in bulk, you know, as I told you, so that, but then you would also need to know if you are registered. So that is also another thing, because we'll have to give you your password. So until we resolve that, you will still have to supply us with your institutional email and then your names for us to set you up. So this is it. Once you log in, you are here on the landing page of ProQuest. Good. A very simple interface, very user-friendly. Okay. So they say authoritative ebooks at your fingertips. Search ebooks. You can search using advanced search. You can also browse. I like us to browse because when you come to the library right now, you browse the shelves. That is, you move from books on philosophy, you know, to any of the programs that we have. You will move through psychology, management, all of that. So if you want to find a book by browsing the digital shelves, you can also do that. The subjects are arranged according to a major subject area. So you have arts, business, you have education, general, you have history and political science, law, literature and language, religion and philosophy, social science, science and technology. I believe that it covers all that we study here in this university. So maybe let's select engineering. We deal in engineering technology, isn't it? Yes, so under engineering, you will have a number of sub-disciplines, chemical engineering and what have you. So let's select civil engineering. I think we are getting to civil engineering here. Oh, we started already. Pure civil engineering, right? Very good. So under civil engineering, you can see we have 2,567 books, 2,567 ebooks on civil engineering. That is if you decide to browse. And I believe that sometimes browse search is better for you to be able to have a bigger view of all that is available on a particular subject area. You may need to know what is available. Sometimes it is necessary. So that is the opportunity you get when you do the browse search. Now you also have the opportunity to filter your search. Well, for books, what I know is that you don't have to be so concerned with the dates of publication of a book. I didn't say that it doesn't matter, but sometimes a book that is published in 1990 may still be the very best in that very subject, and you may never find any other material. It may be published by the most authoritative authors in the area, and so sometimes a book may not necessarily be so much important in respect of its date of publication, but you can still filter. So on the left side, you have the date, the year published, and you can find that there are, I hope that you can see. It is so easy to navigate, even on your phone. You can do this even on your phone, but on your desktops, it's easier. So you can see that books that were published in 20, let's say 17, for instance, 116 titles. That is if you are still concerned with the year of publication. Now you can even filter by author of the book. And I believe that one is a very, very important functionality. Who is the author? Some of you will have authors that have even taught you wherever you studied. And so maybe they were your supervisors, your advisors. And so you would like to necessarily find their books. You can also see that we have an author list, a very exhaustive author list. I think the scripts are a bit too small, but if you can see, indeed, it is possible to find almost every important author on civil engineering at this site. And most of them have at least one book. Some of them even have as many as 8 books. Good. So this is with browse search. And as I said, it is very, very critical, especially when you want to know what is available in a particular field or discipline, what is available. But you can also do what we call a simple search. A simple search is very effective when you know exactly what you want. You know exactly what you want. You simply have to type. And I believe the search functionality is very, very straightforward. So just type in a keyword or just type in especially the last name of your author. Of course, last names, family names, whatever they are not restricted to particular persons. So it is important that if you bring the last name, also bring the first name. That is if you know that there are different authors with the same name. So I may not attempt to type anyone, but maybe I can type at least in research method Creswell, a very popular author. So let's see. So this is what I do. I have Creswell, John S. Creswell. Good. So I am having 3,264 books attributed to John S. Creswell. The truth is that it is not all authored by John S. Creswell. There are going to, you will find other materials that are written by people with the name John. Then you'll find others who would have the name Creswell. Yes, I'm not sure he has written all the 3,200 books. That is just humanly impossible. But you will find, if you are a discipline of qualitative, quantitative, the mixed methods research, you will find that he is one of the best. And so once you find a book, you see a book written by him, you will know that this is actually Creswell. I think, let me see. So the very first one, the text doesn't appear to be English. I'm sure it is one of the South Asian languages. So this book may have been translated. So I'll leave it. Okay, so I am selecting another book that also appeared in the search. But this book was not authored by Presswell. I believe he may have cited Presswell. That is why it is among the very first results that we are having. So I'll come back again because what we want to do is just see the various search strategies that you can adopt. You also have keyword searching. So let's say I want a material on qualitative research. So I can just type qualitative research and then hit enter. Fundamentals of qualitative research. A lot of them, as you can see, about 97,000 materials related to this search that I did. But I think we can even be much more specific so that we can use what we call advanced search. So with advanced search, you are even able to specify what title and then by which author and even the years of publication. So in the first phase that I find at the top, if I want to search an exact title, then I'll select from the filter, you can see title. But the very first one is keyword and full text, so that you are allowed to just type anything. But if you are really sure of the title of the book, assuming it's a reading list or something that you know the material, then it is better to select title. And I would even say that the best way when you are searching for a book is to use what we call the ISBN, International Standard Book Number. So if you know the ISBN of the material, sometimes when references are created, ISBNs are added. So you can also look it up. Or it is a physical book that you have seen in the library, but you want a soft copy. So you can look at, the physical book for that information. But mostly we search without knowing what title we want. We just want the best or the most important or the most recent or the most related title to our keywords. So I will still go for keyword and full text search. So I type qualitative research. Then I want a particular author. So I will still go to Presswell. I'll just type Presswell. Good. Now I will want any of his books that were published between, let's say, the year 2000 and the year 2020. So I have a space to specify the year of publication. And then even the language, because as you realized, some of the books are translated. So I will select English. Do I want a PDF or EPUB? These are formats, and they all don't work the same. PDF would appear as, EPUB also appears. You may have a device that can, access a particular format. So you must also sometimes be selective, the PDF or EPUB. They are just formats for viewing these types of documents. So I will leave it here and then just go on to search. Oh, okay. It says my search returned no results. That is strange. Okay, so what if I leave the author out? Okay, so I've left the author out. And this is what I'm getting. At least what I'm having is between some year ranges. I know that the material that I'm having are all in English. They were published between 2000 and 2020. And then, of course, they are on qualitative research. So these are three major approaches to do your searches on the platform. The most important thing that we are going to look at today is the fact that when you want to read from here, most of the books, you would borrow them just like you borrow physical books from the library because they are licensed. It's a license that we have acquired, but almost all the books have licenses on them. And with the bulk license that we acquired, we have that license. It's a limited license, not permanent. After a few years, but every year we pay. This year we are going to pay again, lots of money. The most important thing you should know is that you are borrowing it just like you are borrowing a physical book. And how do we borrow? I mean, how do you borrow from the library? When you borrow, basically as a lecturer, you can borrow up to about 5 or so books. I'm sure in the next few years, we will have to allow more books to be borrowed. Maybe we have to change that policy on the system because I think lecturers are allowed only to borrow 4 or so at a time. But if you need more, I don't see why we should restrict 4 is just too small. So you borrow for 2 weeks because in the physical library, when you borrow, it is only for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, you have to renew. Otherwise, you pay a penalty, just something small. But then it's only a deterrence. It's not the money that we need, but the books are very expensive. So online, when you borrow, it is also for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And then in this case, you are not returning it to me physically or to madam in the library physically. You return it online. What's going to happen is that it will disappear by itself. It will just disappear from your machine. But if you still need it, then you have to go back, log in again, and then borrow. It can also happen that if we have only one access, sometimes some of the books may be borrowed by several people, but some of the license on some of the books would give us only about, let's say, 10 copies. So it's one book, but we have paid for only 10. So it is possible that it's a particular book you want to borrow, and then you will have a message saying that you cannot borrow now. It has been recalled. I can assure you that will not happen in several transactions. It won't happen that way. But it is possible that occasionally you would like to borrow a book, and then you are told that this book is over borrowed. Yes. But in most cases, it won't happen. I can assure you that. Then with these books, as some of you may know, there are what we call ebook readers. Most of our smartphones have them inbuilt, ebook readers. You will need an ebook reader to read. So you need to look at the software that we are going to look at. The reader is inbuilt, actually. It's inbuilt. When you are using your desktop, you will see that it will direct you to either the Google Play App Store for you to download, or it will even do it directly for you. You don't use the normal PDF reader. You don't use the normal PDF reader to read this book. So this is what I'll just do now. We'll now like to see how to download the book, how to read, but also how to borrow the book. So first, we are going to go to, I'll just use the very first result or the hits that we had. I just go to it. So we're going to click on Fundamentals of Qualitative Research. Okay. Yes. Let's take it out of the minutes. I actually want to use this zoom. Yeah, the magnifier. Yeah. Okay, so this is what we have now. So we want to borrow this book. Now, one, I'll say hack. That's a quick way to avoid all the intricacies and all the complications of borrowing. Is that you can decide to just download a chapter. When you download a chapter, you are not limited to the borrowing rules and all that. Yes. You cannot also download every chapter individually. That will be violating what we call the copyright law. So that's why we call digital rights management. That is the same as copyright, but online they call it digital rights management. They have made sure that online they have this law working very well. So they allow you to download some chapters. But usually what we know is that with copyrights, whether physical or digital, one is not supposed to have more than 10% of the work at once, free. So whether you want to make a photocopy or, so you don't go to a general site and then download all the issues. You know, when you do that, you're also violating copyrights. Some people do that, but I know that's rare. So the whole point is that they allow you also to download just individual chapters and download about 2, 3. Normally they will say it that you will see it somewhere that you are allowed to download. Okay. Yes, so with this one, they say get up to 80 pages. That is download PDF chapter. I mean the second one, I don't Chris. The point. Okay. Get up to 80 pages. Use any PDF software that's not expired. So I think this book, the copyright rule on it is very flexible. It is absolutely flexible. Up to 80 pages. I don't know how many pages the book has in all. So the truth is that if you want to avoid the issues of you have to renew and all that, you can download chapters. It's so easy. But what we are going to look at right now is to try to download a whole book. Yes, please. Yes, please go ahead. Yeah. It is. Once I see it here. Okay. No, so that's why I said that every book has its own license. How the license work. All the books are different. So it's not all the books that you have like, but for most of them, the digital rights management rule, that's the copyright, it works. So for most of them, they allow you to actually download some chapters. In fact, for almost every book. Do you get me? Yeah, I hope you are able to see it. Okay. Okay. Okay, well, okay, there's also another thing, maybe a caveat. It is not every book that is available on this, on the publisher site. They don't have access to every published book. In fact, they are an aggregator. Aggregator is simply, they are like a bookshop. So they have books that they have bought. So if there is a certain book that is not available, it is not available. It's like going to a supermarket. I don't know whether I'm clear. Yes. Oh, you see it somewhere, right? Okay, but let me add, it is not every book that has been published. Indeed, the biggest library in the world, the US Library of Congress, they have it on their website that you will not find every published book in the world there. But indeed, they try to. You'll be surprised that there are some local books from Ghana that we don't have access, but you find it at the Library of Congress, physically or digitally. It's strange, but you will not find every book on this site. What we encourage is that if you are looking for a particular title and it is not there, be prepared, make accommodation to use another related title. Because soon we will not be spending so much on the physical books. The prices are just outrageous. One book now, 50 to 80, costing not less than 1,200 Ghana cedis. Just one copy. I guess crazy. So we have come to a point where we have to make that critical decision to also transform digitally. So that is exactly what we are doing now. Good. So this is the book, and we are about to go through the download process. Depending on the device you are using, most of us will be probably using our laptops. So you can see laptop, desktop. You may be using the iPhones and all that, or the very common Samsungs and all that. That is the Android. Very good. Now, if it is your own device, you will have to indicate. Probably there's a reason, but if it is a public machine like those in the library or the IT lab or anywhere else, then you have to also indicate. But I know that most of us will have our own devices. So at this point, we go to continue. Good. So when you go to continue, you're going to have this get Adobe Digital Editions. This Adobe Digital Editions is actually what we call the reader. So it is a reader software, ebook reader software. So it is not that you have Adobe PDF. Adobe PDF reader. No. It is a specific software also by Adobe. Adobe is a company. What they use for their readers or their ebooks is digital editions. Now, I have this software already on my machine. I already have it. If you don't have it, you will realize that the color is not the same as this. Red, very good. It means you don't have it. Good. So click on it. I have it. So that is why you see done with this step. I have it. That is why you see that my color is first of all orange. And then I have done with this step. So once I have it, now you do this only once. On that very device you are using, you do this process only once. You will not have to do it every time you download a material or you want to read. Okay. So you do it for the first time, you have to do this. So if you don't have it yet and it's red, click on it, please. I'm going to click on it still to go through with you. But so you also do say. Okay, so you will have yes, you have this kind of information popping up. Depending also on the operating system you are using, you'll be alerted. I know many of us will be using Windows. So if it's a desktop, laptop desktop, then you are going here. So this is the inbuilt software, the reader. You can just click on this. If it's a Mac, then the first one. But if it happens that you can still not download it here, then it will allow you to go to the Google Play Store or the App Store so that you get it. Good. I have it, as I said, but I will still, for the purpose of demonstration, I will still download it. I'm sure you should be able to. So it's going to, the setup would appear. I think it's better you put it on your desktop. So you select desktop. I think mine is already at the desktop. Then good. So mine has already downloaded. If the internet is stable, it shouldn't take any long. No. You know, there is an inbuilt one. It is on the page. Check the page rather. So this is mine. I have to run it. So you don't have to go to Google Store. I don't know, guys, whether it is there. Good. So I'm not going to actually run it again. I'll end here. Then I'll come. I already have it. So I should hope that you would have also gone into this side. Those of you who don't have your device able to retain, and then yeah. So I think it's running, right? Good. So once this process is done, I would abort because I don't need it as I already have it. Okay. Okay, so since I already have it, I think every time you get this prompt anyway. But once you already have the software on that device, it would you see that the get Adobe digital editions will be orange. And then so once you already have it, you click on download this step. Good. So this is where we are now looking at a kind of an alignment with the physical library. So at this point, you would have to indicate how long you want to borrow the book. You have to select, there's a drop down here. So select, click on that. So you can see 1 day, 7 days, 14, up to 3 weeks, 21 days. Yes, I think, yes. So what is here means that for lecturers, it is rather 3 weeks, 21 days. So you select which of them, how long do you want to keep the book? Good. Then you go to download. Within the next few Okay. Has anyone had theirs downloaded? So you see, the book is going to download on the setup. What we did, it's going to be like a window, a setting window. So the book will not just open anywhere, but it will open within the window. Maybe let me minimize this because it's not allowing me to see it. Yeah. Yes, we'll get there very soon. Has anyone been able to download? Yes. Yeah. You have, right? Okay. The magnifier I use is actually tricking you. So okay. I already have this one. So I'm going through the process again. As you can see, just the same thing I did. So I would also want to use PDF. The format that I want to use is PDF. I want to select PDF. Okay. So I hope you're able to see what happened, but this is it. So the book has actually downloaded within the window. I borrowed this book for 2 weeks. So at the end of 2 weeks, this book will disappear. Now, all the books that you have borrowed will appear here. So you can see, I have borrowed all these books. Of course, mine is just for training purposes. Yes, so all that you have borrowed, it works like the PDF reader itself. The PDF, the latest updates, you are able to see all that you have downloaded and all that. So this is, we actually call this your bookshelf. Very good. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Download folder. Okay. So let me talk about this. Some of the books are also what we call open access books, or books that are licensed for free distribution. You use a certain license, the Creative Commons Attribution License. So these books are free. So there are a number of books, maybe about 5% of all the books, I don't exactly know, but a few of them are free. So this book that has gone into your actual folder, your own folder, that book is not subject to the rules and all that. So this book is free. Oh, no. That's not what then it's not what I was saying. Okay, so let me show you this. If you find a material and then it says, and you know the interesting thing, you can actually also, when it requires you to log in, I think Professor Damso was asking, when it requires you to log in, and if you do, what's going to happen is that you can access the material on any device. Yes, but mostly, I don't know, but I've tried. It looks like when you want to log in, there are some technical issues. I actually had to attempt to it. But once you log in, then you can access the book on any device that will have the Adobe Digital Reader, any device. Other than that, you have to authorize your computer. I think on the top right, you check. Let me do. Okay, mine has been authorized, but so yes, so in that window, Okay, please go to that window. That is the app that you installed, the Adobe Data Reader app. On the top left, there is File, there is Library, and then there is Help. Good. When you see that you are required to authorize your phone, go to Help. It's at the top left, Help. Then you see Authorize Computer. Good. Click on that. Okay, so click Continue. You've done that. Good. Now, so this is what I was talking about. You see this space, you have to create an Adobe ID and then password. If you do that, it allows you to be able to view your downloaded book on any device. Actually, that is what it does. But I realized that it has some issues, so I haven't really used it as of now. Now, so you can refuse to do this. Then okay. So do you see Authorize? Look at the bottom right. Authorize. Do you see that? Yeah. Click on that. Let's see. Yes. Yes.
I've seen this in here.
Okay. Have you seen that tick? Yes. Tick. Because I'm using the magnifier, it's actually disturbing me. You see that? Just click on that and then then Authorize. Very good. Yes. So click Next. Hope you are done. Yes, once you do that, that's it. I think you will have to do that only once. Yes, it has started downloading. Has it on yours? Oh, you've been able to download, right? You downloaded. Very good. So can you try your hands on downloading another material? Let's see. Okay, so what if I just want to download chapters? I think that's an easy way, as I said, to avoid being told to return the book. You can download chapters, the limited allowable amount of chapters it uses the pages to determine how many free pages you can download. So I think with this book, it says you can download up to 79, what I have. On yours, you can also see, that's to click on download, and then it takes you to the book's download page. You can see that yeah, they say this book get up to 79 pages using a PDF software that's not expired. But with a whole book download, that's the second one here, is a get all pages, require free third-party software. Check out this book for up to 21 days. So if you are downloading only chapters, you can download up to 79 pages. Of course, it depends on, but we are using this one as for demonstration. So I can download, let's say, chapter 1, but you can even read online too. So actually, sometimes we download and then we are never going to read anyway. So you can also read online just to save bandwidth. So what I have downloaded check the right side. Check the right side. You see download chapter. Download chapter. Let me go back. Let me go back. Okay, let me go back. You know, when you click on the book, assuming you are on the after the search for the book title, click on the book as in then it takes you to another page where you start the actual download. So that first page that comes. Wait, just wait. I will just have to stop using the magnify because it's actually disturbing me. Okay, so okay, Prof. I don't know whether you are there, but so this is the page. Okay, so click on the book, the title as you see, just click on it. Good. So on the next page, just the next page, you can see a lot of some information on what the book, who the authors are, availability, read online, download book, download PDF chapter. You have information on how many pages you can download free. All of these. Good. So, you know, beside every chapter, you see the download PDF. Beside every chapter, you see download PDF. So you can click on it or read online. I think if it's not, so important, you should just read online once you have connection. But if you want to download, then you click on that chapter alone. So that one will stay on your computer. It won't disappear. Like the full book download would. Okay, so this is our chapter that has downloaded a survey of qualitative research methods. So this is just one of the chapters. Now, it's sometimes tricky when you have to cite a chapter. I don't know, have you come across that trick? It's very tricky, citing a chapter instead of the whole book. It's also a very difficult thing, especially if you are not used to it. So, assuming it is only this chapter that you read and you want to cite from it, what do? The software itself allows you to do that. I want to remove the magnify because it's very, very much. Okay, so I'm downloading a chapter. Okay, so if I want to cite this chapter alone, let me go back. So that's the chapter list. What I'll do is that I click on the chapter itself, as you see. So I'll click on the chapter. So this is chapter 1 that has been downloaded. So how do I get the citation or the reference for this chapter? At this side, you can see the double quotation mark here. You click on that. Then you will need to specify which style you are using. Our institutional style is Appiah. So you go there and then select Appiah. So what you can see here is the reference. for this chapter. Okay. So at this point, yes, any question? Yes. Okay. No, okay, so you're not following. So click on the chapter itself. You know, not a download. So let's go back. Okay, so this is, I think there's a page. Yeah, so click on the chapter itself. Yeah. So click on that. Good. So you will have another page where you see a lot of other functionalities. Either if you want to print it directly, you can do that. If you want to download, so you want to download, you click. You want to print. Then this, the double quotation mark there. Click on that. So it gives you, even where you are downloading this work from, it also gives you the exact sites. This is from Akenten Appiah-Menka's site. So you see our address, the HTTP. You see Akenten Appiah-Menka in the codified style. Yeah. Okay. You, as I said, you have to select a style. Yeah. So you click on the drop down, the style will also appear. Very good. So please, yeah, any questions? Yes. Okay. I thought we are okay. Let's go back. Because if you want to download a full book, indeed, this what we are using now is a full book. I'm sure where you are, it's a full book. So look at. Okay, so let me start again. So I click fundamentals of qualitative research. Fundamentals of qualitative research. Yeah, so right here. Yeah. Then you can cite the book. I think you can see it, cite book. Just beneath that. Look at that. Yeah. So you can cite it. Yeah. No, I think it doesn't appear that way. If you want to open a full book, so this is yes, it's just that. So you go through all this to download. You know, it's the full book that you want. So you are not going to have the full book view. I think that it doesn't work that way unless you download it. I don't know whether I understand the question well. Oh, okay. Really? Let's see the reader. So there's a reader. Look at mine. Yeah, there's a reader. Yeah, so click on the book that you want. Yeah, so what were you talking about? Navigate what? Yeah, because there's a book. Now the book is open. If you want to move to another page, you can use all this. I just type 23 and I click enter at this side. And then it moved. You want to do annotations and all that, you can do so here. The tabs that are here on the top left corner. You play with it, you are going to see all the functionalities. They are there. You can annotate, make notes and all that. Yeah. Add highlights. For instance, under reading, you look at reading, click on reading. Yeah.
I'm suggesting if you could get this separate after and direct our questions.
Okay. Yeah, indeed. I think we are wrapping up with progress so that we get to we have our chief trainer in South Africa on the line waiting, but we needed to do this as well. So I think it's okay now. No, like basically what I'm saying is that you play with it. Because what is necessary is that you download. That's the most important thing. So you play with the menu here, you will be able to, it works just like the Adobe PDF, where you are able to highlight some points and all that, some sentences and all that. Yes, so for the sake of time, we are now moving straight to Turnitin. So again, from the university websites, you have to locate library. Okay. So on the page, we have a number of good. So click on Turnitin. So first of all, assumption is that we are all lecturers, and as of now, you should have an account. If you don't have, you will have to see me later. But you should all have by now. We used to use Zimbra as our email service. Now we all migrated to Google. So you must necessarily also have the accounts. So this is my page as administrator, but I also have other roles as an instructor. Even for demonstration, I also appear as a student. So what we would like to look at a few things. First of all, what is the purpose of this software, Turnitin? What is its key purpose? And to help us address this topic, I would want to invite our trainer from South Africa. I'm sure some of you experienced him in October when we first did the subscription. He'll be joining us. I think he's UCG, he's on it, right?
Yeah, he's online.
He's online. Okay. All right.
Guliam G.
So G will address us in a few minutes as to the purpose of this software. What is the purpose of Turnitin? Because what I have experienced in a very short time that we are not really using it for its purpose. It is for our students. As a lecturer, it is basically for your students. It is not necessarily for you to use to check your own work, actually. I'm sure there will be questions. So, G, are you there?
Hi. Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm here indeed.
Yeah. So we hope that we have been. Yeah.
Stop sharing.
Okay. 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 Okay, G. So one question we would like you to help us address. What is the purpose of Turnitin? What are we supposed to use it for as instructors?
Sure thing. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, first off, thanks for the opportunity to address all of you. I do appreciate that. It's always nice spending time with the clients directly. And I hope that you'll find benefit throughout the session. So if we look at the first question posed, oh, by the way, my name is Guillaume Ace, but you can just call me G for short. All right. I'm sure some of you may know me from the training session I did for you guys, but yeah, if you need to address me, just call me G. All right. So if we look at that question, what do we use Turnitin for in terms of using it as lecturers and for students? The purpose of the software, all right, and this is the goal, what you're using it for, not practically how you're using it. The purpose of the software is to ensure the protection of the integrity of the institution. All right, that is first and foremost the purpose of the software. Now, how do we get to that conclusion? Why is it there to protect the integrity? If you imagine, if we have our institution and we are awarding degrees and qualifications based on plagiarized work, our students are submitting plagiarized work to us and we are awarding degrees based on that plagiarized work, that is very seriously going to affect the credibility and integrity of our institution, of the reputation of our institution, of course, and the way the outside world sees our institution, which means that if we're going to engage in that practice of awarding degrees based on plagiarized work, we are going to very seriously disadvantage our university's outward appearance, all right, the reputation of our university. Because what's going to happen? Do you think people are going to want to study at an institution that has no credibility? If you're going to go into the workplace with a qualification from this institution on your CV, people are not going to even take it seriously because they know that that institution has a very bad reputation, all right, because they just award degrees based on plagiarized work. So that is in essence actually what the software is there to do. It's to protect the integrity and reputation of the institution and also the credibility of the awards issued by the institution to its students. All right, so that's actually what we're using it for. All right, so that's quite important to keep in mind in terms of the application of the software. How does the software work? All right, so the software, as we know, has to do with plagiarism prevention. So does the software indicate plagiarism to us? No, it doesn't. All right, the software does not indicate plagiarism to us. Very important. There's no software program in the world, or has there ever been, that can purely only indicate plagiarism. All right, they all indicate a thing called similarity. All right, now, again, very important point to keep in mind. All these products indicate a thing called similarity. Even if they call themselves anti-plagiarism software or plagiarism detection software, that's not actually what they do. They only detect a thing called similarity. All right. Now, we as humans or as supervisors, as lecturers, we are the ones who need to interpret that similarity report. And from that point, then detect if there's plagiarism on the document, yes or no. And that's all that there is to it, really. We're just the ones interpreting that report and detecting if there is plagiarism. So does the report not show us plagiarism? No. The report shows us similarity. The reason why I state it like this is because you get two types of similarity. You get similarity that points to plagiarism, and you get similarity that's just incidental or non-consequential similarity. There's a distinct difference. You may have heard that some institutions have a cutoff percentage on their Turnitin. They accept documents less than 10% or 15% or 20%. If ever you come across an institution that states that, you will know that what they're actually saying to you indirectly is that they don't really understand how to use the software. All right. And that's the unfortunate thing. If you have people looking at the percentages, it means they don't know how to use the software properly, because that percentage that they're looking at is not a plagiarism percentage. It is a similarity percentage. All right. And there's a difference between the two. That's why if we're doing a proper similarity check on a Turnitin document, we are going to check a number of things. And what we're going to come to the conclusion of at the end of the day is there plagiarism appearing on the document? Yes or no? And that's it. Nothing to do with any percentage threshold or anything like that. That percentage, in fact, falls away. During the process of checking the document, that percentage actually falls away, becomes redundant, right? Doesn't matter anymore what it is. All goes about whether there's plagiarism on the document, yes or no.
Logi,
Yes, is there a question?
thank you. So, why is it that journals require that manuscripts have similarity below a certain percentage if percentages are not necessary? Why then do journals also require that?
Because they don't understand how the software works. It's as simple as that, really. It's as simple as that. But to link up to your question, so are you saying that there are journals who are, is it a case of the journal requesting the academic who's maybe writing an article to provide a Turnitin report with that article that gets sent to the journal? Is that the case or the scenario that you are referring to?
Okay. So the reason why I'm asking this question is that it appears that for us in this institution, many of our colleagues and instructors seem to rather be using it to beat down what they perceive as plagiarism in their own manuscripts that they want to submit for publication, and rather not really using it to help their students improve their writing skills. It seems, as the administrator, that has been the observation, 4 months of subscription to the software. So what would you advise us to do? I think we will just give you 3 minutes to give out this final advice.
Okay, I've only got 3 minutes left. Okay, I can go on longer than that, but that's fine. All right, you know what I'm going to do then? Let me share my screen and just advise if you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay, splendid. Just give me 2 ticks. I just want to pull this thing up here. All right, so what I'm going to do now, normally what I would do is I'd run through the whole presentation that I usually do when I train people. So I explain who I am and all that kind of thing, or what I look like and all that kind of stuff. And then, we pause a bit on the database about it, but you guys know that you're using Turnitin currently, so I'm sure you understand that. Why we're using Turnitin? Because to protect the integrity, the software indicates similarity to us. What is similarity? And then how does that relate to plagiarism? What is plagiarism? The practice of taking someone else's work or ideas and passing them off as one's own. And then we get to this slide here, which is what I want to pause on, which are our golden rules relating to our Turnitin account. So using Turnitin account, there's certain golden rules we need to keep in mind. Why? Because as a Turnitin client, you form part of a global academic integrity network that consists of over 16,000 institutions, all right, worldwide, of course. And everybody needs to play their role to ensure the integrity of the academic process in each institution. So all of them together, actually, they all work together symbiotically to ensure that the academic process is protected. So we've got 3 distinct rules that we need to follow when we are using our Turnitin account. So the first one there is you must not run any documents through your institution's Turnitin account which do not belong to the institution. So how do you know if a document belongs to the institution? It's when the end destination of the document is the institution itself. All right. So if you're writing an article for a journal, you can't put that article through Turnitin because the end destination of that article is the journal, is not your institution. The onus of protecting the integrity of the process lies with the journal and not with you. All right. Very, very important. Also, if someone approaches you from a different university or different institution and asks, oh, please, can I run my thesis or dissertation through your Turnitin account before I submit it to my institution? No, you can't do that. It is highly illegal, all right, and very unethical to do so. It's not allowed to run anything through this institution's Turnitin account which do not belong to the institution, where the end destination is not the institution itself, all right? Turnitin can track actually if this is occurring. So in extreme cases, they can pick up if this is occurring, and all they do is they suspend their entire account of the whole university if they pick this up. All right, so that's the first thing you must always keep in mind. Can't run any documents through the account not belong to the institution. Secondly, and number 2, point 2 relates to academics and postgraduate students. All right, not undergrads, only academics and postgrads. It is not ethical to check your own work through Turnitin. All right, any articles written by staff, documents belonging to staff, or postgraduate docs needs to be checked by a supervisor. Okay, needs to be checked by a central person. So why can't I check my own work through Turnitin? Because of the following. You can use Turnitin to hide your similarity. We know the software indicates similarity, right? So let's say I must write an article, or I must do something where I'm writing text. I can go plagiarize that entire document off the internet, run it through Turnitin myself, okay, get the result, and I can use the report that's generated to actually manipulate the text on the document. All right, now I run it through Turnitin again. Now there's a lot less similarity detected. Now again, I use that report and I manipulate the text and run it through again until such time as there's no similarity showing on the document. All right, so you might have a document with no similarity, but is the document plagiarized? Yes, of course. Yes, it is, because it's not my work. I've pulled it off the internet. I've pulled it from someone else, used an article from somewhere. It's not my own work. Remember our definition of plagiarism. It's the practice of taking someone else's work or ideas and passing them off as your own. So if you're using Turnitin to hide the plagiarism or hide the similarity, what in fact you're doing is you're just masking the similarity so it looks like the document is original, but the document is not original. It's been taken from somewhere else, which means it is a plagiarized document. All right. So what can happen in practice with a situation like this? And before I get there, let's just review point 3 as well, because point 3 and point 2 actually go together in a way. Point 3 is a journal can't ask you to provide a Turnitin report if you are submitting an article to them. All right, they need to have their own software to do their checking, because again, the onus of the checking of the originality of submissions lies with the journal. Because what's going to happen, and point 2 and point 3 both come into play here. If you have an author, if you're a journal and you have the authors checking the work themselves and just sending a report to you, first off, you can very easily manipulate a Turnitin report. Right? It's the easiest thing in the world to do. You can make that report say anything you want. And you know what I mean when I say the report? It's when you download the report and you email it to someone, or you download it and print it. You can have that report saying anything, right? If you're not checking it online. The second thing is, you can be an author, all right, and you can do your work originally, and you submit it to a journal, all right? Now they're going to publish your work in their journal. Another author from somewhere else can go and plagiarize an entire document, use Turnitin to hide the similarity, all right, and send in their document with the similarity report to the journal. Now the journal publishes your document and that other author's document. What happens next is someone objects and says, but hang on, that one paper that you published belongs to them. It's a plagiarized document. Now all of a sudden the journal goes, oh shucks, we've actually published a plagiarized document. We didn't pick it up because we just asked the people to send in a Turnitin report, and there's no indication on the Turnitin report of similarity because the author went and manipulated it. Now the poor author who wrote the document originally So you who wrote the thing originally, your publication, your document is now in the same publication as the plagiarized document. Now it's going to cast a shadow of doubt over you yourself, because they're going to say, well, how do we know that that guy's paper isn't also plagiarized? Because both appeared in the same journal. See, so if you're an academic and a journal asks you to write an article for them, the first thing you say to them is, have you got software that can pick up originality, that you can do an originality check with before I send you my article? If they don't, me personally, I wouldn't submit anything to them, because I don't know what's going to happen then. They might publish my article with a bunch of other plagiarized articles. Now it makes me look bad as an academic. So that's why we don't do it like that. In terms of postgraduate students, coming back to point 2 again, postgraduate student can do the same. Because a lot of times people say to me, oh, but we just want to give the postgrads access to Turnitin because they're writing the thesis or dissertation so they can check it. No. They can, again, very easily use the ability to run things through Turnitin as a tool to help them hide their plagiarism. So they're not actually doing anything. They're just plagiarizing from the internet. They're using the software to just hide the plagiarism. It is not their own ideas or their own work that they're actually submitting to you. Again, this directly relates back to the protecting of the integrity of the institution, because you can imagine how embarrassing it'll be if something is published in a journal and it's later discovered to be plagiarized, and of course the name of the author and the institution where the author is working is both contained in the information on that document. Now it's going to cast a shadow of doubt over the whole institution. Now there goes the reputation of the institution. So that's why we don't do it like that. All right. So if you, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Fellow participants, now I'm also a participant because he's an instructor now. Do you have any questions on the use of the software Turnitin for our chief trainer? Do you have any question? Because it's raising issues of principles and ethics in relation to the use of the software. I have actually seen it, how the software appears to be misused. And I think it is going to run us into a ditch. In terms of ensuring that the institution's reputation is improved through students writing, if we instructors or lecturers are not using it properly, how are we going to guide our users, our students, to be able to use it properly as well? They would use it to only perpetuate much more damage. Plagiarism, the institution will suffer the collateral damage. So please, do you have any questions for him as to the information that he has given? Because I know that is what many of us were not thinking. We're not thinking about what he said. We were not expecting what he said. Do we have any questions for him? Okay. So, G, it looks like we are okay with it. And I'm sure if, as we always do, if, okay. But you're not talking. You are not okay with what he said.
I think you are part of the institution. And when we do it well, and then we send it out there, whatever work that we send it out there, it reflects the image of the institution.
Okay.
So why can't we use it for our own personal work?
Okay. Okay, so here, so you didn't ask G this question, right? You're asking me. Okay, I'm sure he has said. But you see, if you are sending, and we've all published, if you are sending a manuscript, if you meet the tutorial guidelines, all the guidelines and all that, it passes this review, and the editors agree to review it. Fine, you have passed the first hurdle. After going through and all that, they would request that a report is also submitted to determine similarity. Not necessarily plagiarism, not necessarily. When they do that request, it is not to you. In fact, I've had a number of them. Usually, they will send it to me. Yes. So they don't publish it before.
At least.
Okay. Okay. So the issue that he was raising was that we are using it to manipulate the system. That was what he said. And indeed, I standing here, I can assure you, and I am very much aware that that is a practice many of us are involved in. Just to manipulate it. Yes, just to manipulate text that we are supposed to be borrowing, integrating into our work. We would rather want to see, are we coming down? Are we coming down? If you are writing originally, you wouldn't be bothered about that. That's what I would say to you.
I'm somehow baffled in the sense that,
Yeah.
you see, in academia or in writing, it's not only about the guys that you are.
Yes.
Sometimes the structure, your grammar, etc. And there are some softwares that can also check the type of things, whether you're using American English or
Yes. Yes.
But it's not allowing you even to show in the first place. You are not concerned about that you have done an original work, but maybe because you are not an native speaker.
But this one doesn't do that.
Sure,
At least there's Grammarly, basic or
I'm
premium.
saying that.
Yeah. If you want to deal with it in language.
The checking of grammar, etc., with you submitting it into it, but this time around, you are not even allowed to check on your own work whether your grammar is correct.
No, with all due respect, it's not the purpose of the software. It doesn't check necessarily. It has a functionality like that, but that is not its primary purpose. So if you are talking about language use,
yeah,
that's what I've said. There's Grammarly at least the free and the premium, whichever you want to use.
So, but why can't I'm saying that there are some software that are
Yeah, we are using Turnitin, and I'm saying that is not its primary function for us.
that is true.
Oh no, it is there. It is there. But whenever we do a check, it doesn't necessarily, it only mainly brings out similarity to what is already available on the World Wide Web.
Check your grammar.
No, that's what I'm saying. Prof, you want to come in, please?
That is for
Turnitin is not for that.
It's not for that.
That's software.
Yes. 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 Yes.
My concern is if our own work we can, and we're also making some comment. It's not right, or it's not correct. That if you know that the work is genuinely there are simple saying statement like the study adopted sanitary we are using your own English. So to get to a level that we can't that rule that our own words are not using to the system. I think it's our own grammar. For people who purchase the software and again pay for it. Sure. We are paying also. Sometimes we also want to make a second or look or go back and check if things are okay. Not necessarily you are going to borrow somebody's or this and you are hiding from somebody's. That is not the case. You are writing your own way. But sometimes you check. Then why is it that investors or institutions purchase it? They say that maybe some rule that don't go beyond a scenario is more than 80%. Then we don't need it. Then why do we even have it? So if our own words we can't even use it, then what's the essence of paying for it? Oh. And no one is saying that people are hiding behind them, taking this in. Yeah, sometimes even if you check, you have written with your own language, but it is conflicting with somebody's language in it. So if I turn it in a way that changes it, and it doesn't bring the similarity, that means you are hiding and trying to make a decision. If that's the case, then there's no need for the software. If what he's saying or what you are saying is the case, then we don't need the software. We don't need to check all this. I like that. I'm saying it become a business for them. It's something, and institution subscribe, and they use it to make a decision and they get money. If that is the case, so let him know that that is happening. If that is what he's saying, that even our own words, if you do that, it's like we are trying to hide behind it, trying to change this. Then we don't need the software, we don't need anything. Anything we do, let's push it forward.
Okay.
I would like to add.
Okay. Okay.
But saying, we are trying to
No, I am not saying actually.
he's saying that. Manipulate. Now, let's check. Similarity, we check with the it's not the same manipulation. It's the same checks when you check with the same like the checks and goes. Definitely, the same to go back and when it makes sense. Reduce it.
Okay.
Manipulate. Okay. Manipulation. Okay.
Okay.
So it's still there.
Yeah, G.
I hope you can hear our words.
G, you are there.
Yeah. I can hear. I'm sorry, I couldn't really hear the comments from the audience so well at all. I could pick up a little bit of it, but not really much at all. But you're welcome to relay.
Maybe, yeah, Prof, you made the submission briefly again. Just briefly before we go towards.
Yeah. So hello, D.
Hi.
G. My concern is that if we can't use our own words to the system, then why do we have them? And indeed, for what you suggested, it's just similarities. Yeah, that is true. What about if I'm writing originally, and I said I write that the study adopted quantitative approach. I've not borrowed from anybody. It's a common language, and I have written, and it is flagging it. Doesn't mean I've copied someone's word. If it flags it, then I am able to make it in a way. Am I manipulating? So one, if indeed it's not checking the grammar as you have said, and indeed we don't have to use even our own words to it, and if it crashes my language, let me say, it crashes with another body's language, which is already published, and that is seen, and I'm trying to change it and it's seen as manipulation. Then what is the essence of the software? If all that you are saying is the case, then we don't need a software. So it becomes like a business, something, a face, something.
Let me just come in there because
and business goes on for you. If all these things are not accepted and these are not the case, it doesn't imply plagiarism, it's just similarity. If the similarities are there, human being, you can have similarities. Universities and institutions set let's say threshold, maybe 25% or 20%. If you go beyond, then you need to go and work on your document, your thesis. If you work on it and it's seen as manipulation, then why do we need the software? And if we are using it and we can't put our own words to also check, because at the end, when it goes to the journals will check before your work will even be processed. So if we can't also check our own work to be sure that we are within some acceptable level, then why do we have the software?
Okay, Prof, thank you. All right. So G, can you respond?
Yeah, I would have liked to respond a bit sooner to address each point that Prof raised, but that's fine. I'll try and do the whole thing. Okay, so Prof, yeah, thanks for the comment there. Very, very valid and so on. What you must remember is the software is there to show similarity. That's what it does. So when you mentioned, and I'm sorry, I couldn't really catch everything you said. You were speaking a little bit fast, but when you said you're using it in your own words. If you're writing in your own words, it's absolutely fine. If the software is detecting similarity, if you've written something in your own words and the software is detecting similarity on it, that's not a problem. That's fine. That's what it's supposed to do. It detects similarity. It all comes down to the person interpreting that report, because I get people coming to me and saying, I'm checking my students' work and there's a sentence here of 8 words where it's picking up similarity and it shouldn't. The student wrote it themselves. Well, then make the difference. Is it similarity pointing to plagiarism, or is it similarity pointing to incidental similarity? If you just have 8 words, a little sentence of 8 words, then it's most likely incidental similarity. Then you discard that. You just leave it. What you're saying is, why were you then using the software? Well, if you didn't use it, how are you going to pick up if the students are plagiarizing? Because then the students can just plagiarize, because plagiarism is also going to be indicated by similarity. Because if you've got plagiarism, you've got similarity. All right. If you've got similarity, it's either one of two things. It's either incidental similarity or it's similarity pointing to plagiarism. So if you're not going to have the software, which is the world's leading anti-plagiarism detection software, then how are you going to know? Then your students can just submit plagiarized work. Now, how are you going to pick it up? You see, you're not. The other thing, let me just make this one last point, please. The other thing is, what you must remember is similarity or a level of similarity is not indicative of the amount of plagiarism on a document. I've now got a situation where I've got PhD students. Two of them, both approached me. Different institutions. The one came to me and she says, can you help me here? Because the institution doesn't want to accept my document because it's got 23% similarity. I had to submit a document. I went through the whole thing. There's not 1 ounce of plagiarism on that whole document. It's all these little bits of incidental similarity detected. The institution, who doesn't understand how the software works, is now saying, no, you're a PhD student, you must be below 10%. What's the point? There's no point. Now she must go through that document. It's 160 pages and reword things that you can only say in a certain way, or just stuff that's just incidental, because her supervisor does not understand how the software works. Last week, again, exactly the same situation. Student contacts me. She's got 18% similarity. The institution wants it to be below 10%. It's different institutions, but they both said 10%. I went through a whole document again. I've done it before, but I went through it again with her. I said, there's no plagiarism on your document. All right. These people must learn how to use the software properly, because it's there to protect the students as much as it is to protect the institution. All right. So if it's picking up similarity, that's what it's supposed to do. That's its job. A lot of people come to me and say, oh, but now I've got similarity picked up in the footnote and in the index and stuff. And how can we get rid of that? No, you don't get rid of that. When you're reviewing the document, you look at what the nature of the similarity is and you make a call. Is it plagiarism? Yes or no? That's how it works. So I understand your points you raise, but you must also understand how the software is actually applied and how you interpret the report. Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yes, so I feel that maybe the harder part for our people, our colleagues here, is that we cannot, as instructors or lecturers, turn in on our own work to check.
No.
Before submission to a journal or anything. I think that seems to be one of the hardest parts. What can you say about that?
Sure. So in a case like that, if you're concerned, like you can see with point 2 there, needs to be checked by a supervisor. You can have a designated person in the institution that you can send those documents through. Look, especially let's look at it practically. If it's an outbound document that's going to be published in a journal or somewhere outside of the university itself, it's going to be linked to the university. It's going to have the university's name. So of course, obviously, before you want to send that out, you want to make sure it's fine. That's why you can send it to, and you guys need to decide who's it going to be, a designated person in the institution who can run that document through and say, yeah, it's fine. Now, what you must also remember is you can't accidentally plagiarize. There's no such thing as accidentally plagiarizing, because I get this from people. They say to me, no, but I want to check my work. And I'll say, why do you want to check your work? No, I want to see if I accidentally plagiarized. There's no such thing. It's impossible. You can't accidentally plagiarize. Yes, there can be similarity detected, but that similarity is not pointing to plagiarism. You'll know if you plagiarized or not. That's what I'm saying to people. They say, oh, but I need to check my document before I send it out. Why do you need to check it? You're the one who wrote it. You'll know if you plagiarized or not. You know, if you're that concerned about it, then go over your writing again. But in terms of what you guys are doing, practically speaking, what I would do is I would have a designated central person, independent person that you can send that manuscript to. Say, look, I need to send this to it's going to go to a journal for publishing. Please, can you just check it, because we're sending it out from the university side, and they can check it and say, right, no, it's perfect, it's fine, go ahead and send it. But at the end of the day, that author knows if they plagiarized or not. Okay.
Thank you. Another question.
Just a quick one for G. I'm an instructor, and I'm able to pass judgment on my students' work, whether they plagiarize or the similarity is too high or not. What the point is to my dean to check my work when I can decide what to do. So putting pressure, my dean supervises maybe 23 lecturers and maybe 5 want to submit. Why can't they check it themselves? They have access already, and they can check for students. And then we need a centralized person in the university. Maybe the university has to pay the person for checking.
Are you talking about? Listen, are you talking about undergraduate students?
No, I mean you mentioned that for instructors we can designate a central person who can check our work if we so wish to. And I'm saying that as an instructor, I am able to check and pass judgment on students.
Yes.
Why the point I need another supervisor to check my work when I can do same for myself?
Because you can use a software to manipulate your writing. That's what point I made a few minutes ago.
Manipulate my work. The final destination and me should be those who answer for it, not send it in. So if I check my work and I realize that a portion seems to be similar to other work, whether I submit it that way or I work on it, I think myself and the final destination should be the one who pass the judgment. You only provide the service to know whether there is a portion like that. Whatever the outcome is, shouldn't be for turn it in.
Okay, so what you must remember is you might do it right. Okay, you might be the one doing the work correctly, but you can't be assured of other people doing it correctly. So then the example I used is if you're going to send it to a journal, then you might be doing it correctly on your side. You might not be plagiarizing, but someone else might be using the software to check their own work. So coming back to the point is, and this is just how it is. It's not ethical for you to check your own work. All right. You're not going to give your students their own exams to mark, are you? No, you're not. In exactly the same sense, you're not going to have people checking their own work because they can use the software to manipulate plagiarized text so that there's no similarity detected on it. It's as simple as that. That's what it comes down to, actually.
Okay, Jim. Yeah, the reactions, but I'm sure we say in Ghana, a word to the wise is enough. We would really consider some of the proposals and we'll see how far it goes. But I'm sure that G is trying to say that you are not judged in your own courts. We shouldn't try to be judges in our own courts because for our students, we judge them. Why do you want to judge yourself? And Prof, you said that, well, I am speaking from experience, but I know people who are doing that. There are people who are doing that. You can see right from the first submission they do, they have about 80%. 80%. And it's so easy to see the sources that they have done. They have copied the work. Yes. And I mean, another time, there are lots of examples. The point that I was trying to make was in relation to manipulation is that it is the integrity of the institution that we care about. We care about the integrity of the institution. Yes, when it comes to some words being flagged as plagiarism or similar, that is not plagiarism. That is what he said. Certain words will be flagged, but you have to interpret it. You have to be able to interpret that. No, this is not. So at the end of the day, I am not saying we shouldn't set a threshold. I am not the one. I cannot see that. I cannot make that rule here. But you as the instructor must be able to interpret the report and say that even if it is 30%, this student has not plagiarized. And I think that if we insist on using the threshold and all that, it even stifles innovation and creativity. It does. That's my personal view. And so as for the threshold, the institution can decide to go ahead, but we must learn how to interpret the report, see that this is from this source, because you are able to see the source, that from the source it is coming from, and you can go and check the original work, and you see that this is indeed plagiarism. But when it is only clashing, and it's only clashing of words, then you don't say it is plagiarism. It is the integrity of the institution that is at stake. So I think we'll leave it here and then look at a few practicalities, probably about 30 minutes time, and then we'll call it a day. So G, thank you so much.
You're very, very welcome. I would like to encourage any of your delegates or any of your colleagues in future, if they need to discuss anything or want to ask anything, please contact me directly. I'm sure that you can provide my contact details to them. And I would so strongly encourage that, because it's very important that everybody's on board with how the software works, how it's to be interpreted. So please feel free to engage with me going forward. yeah, or if you want another session, we can do that as well. But thanks very much for the opportunity.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much. So G will leave us for now, and then we will do a few practical lessons on how to use.
Can we conclude on this?
Yeah.
The contact person here that we have sent about rule or something. So that I don't violate their rules.
Yeah, yes, I think
That we try to check on somewhere. So I don't know if we are able at the point and
we'll get there, Prof. You wait. Okay. Okay.
This number of sources are from this
one. Okay.
This number of sources are from this one.
Okay.
And they highlight them.
Yes.
Now, after that, what's next?
Yes. So that is what. Yes. You have to assess. That is what we're saying. You have to interpret the report. Check to see. So if you see incidents of plagiarism or incidental similarity, you see there are two. There is plagiarism. So you can go check the sources. If it is huge, if it is significant, check. And then refer it to the students. Obviously, if we have set a threshold, then the threshold idea is going to be applied, even if it is incidental similarity. I wouldn't like to use the word plagiarism. Incidental is where, like Prof was saying, I use the word, this study adopts a quantitative approach, and you find a number of them, okay? Even the use of stock words. There are certain fields that have certain words that will be used, depending on the topic. Yes, the article, whatever. There are certain words that will be used, and they will all be flagged. So it is up to you to interpret which ones are incidental. They happen because it must necessarily be used. But I'm also saying that if the institution will stick to, and I know in Ghana that is our practice, so it is going to be so, then it is 20%. The idea of threshold, but that means that you will still have to instruct the students because it will not pass.
Everyone is incidental.
Yes. But that's why I'm saying that the two ideas cannot go together. So we have to stick to one. And I'm saying that from what we know, our big brothers, Legon, everyone is doing it, that threshold. But that is what he said. He said that it is not right. Because, and I said that when you do that, it is even stifling creativity and innovation. Because, yes. Yes, that's huge. For one source, that's huge.
I see a source 10%,
Okay.
another source 5,
Okay.
another source, let's say 2, and then 1, and
Okay.
so on. And I'm saying that, having seen that, what am I expecting the student to go and do? I expect it to go and improve the work.
Yes, that one definitely there's plagiarism.
And so I expect it to go and improve the
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So the same way, if a lecturer passes his manuscript through, okay, and he sees that there are sources that are similar to others, and he improves it, does that mean he's manipulating the paper?
Well, you know, the truth is that I see a lot of works. You see, the library, we collect student projects, the graduate ones. Over the years, there are some of them that have passed. And sometimes randomly, we decide to just check. And you see very high incidence of plagiarism. Now, some of those works will go ahead to be published. Unfortunately, there's what we call predatory publishing. And it's a huge business. Huge, very huge. Send a paper today, and tomorrow it's online. India and Nigeria, they are the chief markets for this. The institution's name is appended to your name, to the student's name. And usually the lecturer is part of a student's work publication that comes out. Your name will be part, and it goes to a predatory publisher. They don't bother to check anything like that. Sometimes they make a claim on their sites that they do, but they don't. the integrity of the institution is at stake. That is all I'm saying. So yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes,
It means
there's
that
a difficulty there.
you are agreeing with us.
Yes, I agree.
You are agreeing with us
Yes.
that it is important to check.
But there's a caveat. When some people, I have that experience, and it's a number of people, when I say lecturers, who have given me a first manuscript to check. And when you do it and you are having about 80%, that is a different thing. And I do the interpretation, and it's not incidental similarity. Most of them are to sources, quotes, word for word. You get my point. So in that case, what the person is doing is just fabrication. It is not original writing.
Well, there's no base on that.
No, but that is what we are talking about, actually. So yes, actually, that's what we are talking about. Indeed, there's the incidental one, because we all write, and then sometimes you realize that you are using certain words. As I said, the use of stock words. There are certain words, they are unavoidable in writing, depending on your field, and you will be repeating them. And there are a number of them, so it will be flagged. But that doesn't mean you have plagiarized. But for our students, postgraduate work especially, where we want to see quality, because they will go out, even if not published, we put them on our institutional repository. And it will be cited, they are citable. So we want to ensure quality work is put out there in the name of the university to improve visibility, but also reputation. But when you find that there are actual source similarity, not incidental similarity, then there's a problem, and it's significant. One source, 10%. That's just outrageous. One source, but it's happening, and I'm saying that I've seen this from a number of lecturers. I'm not even talking about students, because I don't deal with students. As administrator, I don't deal with students. I deal only with lecturers. Yes. Maybe you are not really listening to me. No, you are not listening to me. I would assure you, you are not listening to me. You can check if you want. And indeed, when he's saying that it's unethical, it is not illegal. He never said it is illegal. And they are not going to take our accounts down. Yes, they are not going to do that.
So let's find a way around.
Let's go on. Let's go on now. Let's go on. Yeah, you check anyway. I know you will check.
Some of us will watch it.
It's possible that possibly you already talked about this, because some of the comments coming very shows that. But I just want to reiterate that because of incidental words and other citations, that is why in most universities we put a cap that maybe similarity index of 40%. Beyond that is not acceptable. And our appeal that as an institution, we set that one. It will help us. If we say that because of incidental citations and other things, and therefore the staff should check, then somebody will even get about 70% and still criticize us and say that this is what it is, incidental words or something like that. But because of all that, we assume definitely some words will be similar, there will be incidental citation or whatever. So we assume that 30% is the minimum. Beyond that, it's not acceptable. So I appeal that we need to set that policy. It's very important. If we leave it at the individual staff to check, then Owusu-Ansah is my friend. Even if it's 80%, we can go through. We have to avoid that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you. I believe we have already set a threshold. I think it's in the document that we are developing. Yes. So indeed, I think we are doing that. But maybe just a little appeal is that we need to really know that it is not every similarity that necessarily equates to plagiarism. So Now, this is our account, some snapshot, and it's just a little introduction, but you can see that our account has a limit, number of students. As I said, this Turnitin is for students. Generally, the idea is that it's for you to help your students improve their writing skills, and whatever is sent out there, the name of the university should be that's good. So our license make available 4,000 students. That is why, in a way, we have been talking about the fact that we may not necessarily have to integrate or include undergraduate students, because our undergrad students, I think now we are over 25,000. Well, but the bulk of our student population is undergraduates, over 20,000. So if we want to have undergraduates, then indeed we will not be able to accommodate the number. Now, how many students are currently enrolled? 81. What it means that many of us have not yet enrolled our graduate students. So in a way, I am saying I cannot make the rule. I cannot make the rule, but when you look at what we have, our license makes available only 4,000 students. That's why the other day you were saying, why not undergraduates? Catch them young. Very important, but the license, and it's a lot of money, only 4,000 students. Only 81 students have been enrolled. I know almost all of them are graduate students. I know. So we have about 3,900 students still waiting to be enrolled. We need to work on that so that we can make good use of the money that we have paid. So what can you use this software? Basically, what can you use it for? As we talked about, originality check or similarity checking. So the first one, and our license allows also for us to do online grading. I think these are the two that I'll talk about: originality check and online grading. That is actually where the grade, that is the similarity, will come. So these are the two major, but there are more. But I think for most of us, we'll be using the first and the third tools most of the time. So I've talked about how to locate the software from the university website. You have to move to the library page. And it's very seamless. We have created a thumbnail on the library portal. It takes you straight. Okay, so I know a number of us already have accounts, but some of us may not. If you don't have, you only have to tell me, send me a message or something, and it's so easy. But please make sure you already have migrated to Google. If you haven't migrated, then it's going to be impossible, because if I set an account, I've set for every lecture already, but because we're using the Zimbra, some of them resided, the messages, activation mails went to Zimbra. But now that we are using Gmail, if you migrate to Gmail and I reset, then you will receive it. If you don't, then I'll do it, you will still not be able to receive it. So on our webpage, the library portal, on the website, when you go there, you can send, we have even made it possible for you to check for originality. So that's the question you were asking, that then can we designate someone? So on our webpage, the library webpage, when you go there, what we have done is that you can click on this. It takes you to the Gmail server, where you can actually you only have to log in to your email, and you will be able to send us your work for us to check for you. Obviously, I think it's the same thing.
You say you can click on this.
That
So
you are not looking.
please go back.
Sorry.
Magnify it.
Yeah, this magnifier, it's good, but sometimes it's my laptop, the Control Plus doesn't really seem to. Yeah. Okay. So from here, this is the library homepage. From here, you get this Turnitin at the top, reference management data analysis software. So you take the cursor to Turnitin, and you get this additional page coming up. Request for originality. Yeah. Then you click. It will open the Gmail email client for you. It takes you, so you have to select Gmail here. You can even do it on your phone. The site is very optimized to mobile, so you can even do it on your phone. Obviously, if you want to attach a file, you have to use a desktop. So,
Chris?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Down there, I've seen a
Yeah.
request for training.
Yeah.
Request for instruction. It's all good.
We are still working on it. It's early days yet. Yeah. I mentioned it very early. We are now developing the.
So that
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. Yeah, all these we are working on. It's coming. Yeah, so maybe let me leave that. When you do it, it works. It works very well. So if you still want to be asking us to check for you, we would in the near future. I hope that maybe the VC would appoint a coordinator for the plagiarism works. It's a lot of work. So someone will be designated at the library to be receiving these things. But for now, when you send it, it will come to me. It'll come to me. If I get time, I'll work on it. But sometimes the workload, I may not be able to do it immediately. Oh, no, I respond. No, I've been doing it. But my point is that, it's still early days yet. Because really, what he said was that you need your own senior, someone who would do it and interpret for you, because I am not in your field. So generally, it is not our work to do that. Ours is just to create the account for you.
In fact, we don't even want to see this.
Yeah.
In this, who will take steps that we don't need you to interpret.
All right.
So if you can, just run it and give us the result.
All right. Actually, we've been doing that. And most of them, within a few minutes. If it comes to me at the right time, I'll do it immediately. But sometimes the other engagements. So.
There's a handout.
Yes, please.
Bro.
Yes, bro. Yes.
So, individual sits all the time receiving people who want to check, and then send it back. Program so is my witness where this thing has been doing this. So, that is done like that.
Yes.
Students, the whole thing is to help them, like you said, Dean of First was talking about. Let them know how they have to write so that it doesn't look like copy and order. So if it has to be like that, then it's like the people wouldn't be doing this. We don't want to spend, like you said, spend more money, and it's not going to give us the benefits that we need to get. Please, I think for postgraduate students, if it's for them, they are not many. Let us give, there won't be that 3,000 as singles, the remaining. My people, let's give them the chance to check their work as many as they can so that they know how to write better and not to be caught up in this kind of plagiarism. I think it's better that way than making it that you have to send to someone and the someone check.
Okay, problem. Just a little maybe interjection. No, for students, they check themselves. For students, they are able to check themselves. So as a lecturer, you enroll your students. Every lecturer, if you are supervising them, for instance, or the graduate coordinators, but we are making it in such a way that every lecturer has an account. Okay, so you enroll students in your department or the course or the
student can check on
yes,
their own.
yes.
I think probably, I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
When they even submit the work, they are unable to even check to know.
Okay.
Unless it comes to you,
the supervisor.
then you can now check.
Okay.
And give them feedback.
Okay.
So that's the problem. This thing we had. See, last time I had a look.
No. So
from UK,
from
university, I understand. No. As a student, I was able to check.
Yeah.
And if I think I'm going, I have to get it back. There's edit spectrum or this to take it back and work on it until you get to level that is before I forward it even to my supervisor. Okay. So we need to have those steps in the system.
From that, that's exactly what we are doing.
Sure. So you wait. You put it submit. Right. Submit for you to come to us.
Hold your fire. Hold your fire. I think I told you there are settings. So you have to activate it. But that is what you are now going to be exposed to.
And please, so the time
Well,
and
it's true.
and we have other
Because you didn't also do that.
So if we can do that
because you didn't come in, so we have to cover that.
We were in a meeting.
Yes. Yes. Our meeting was
Are you giving
already
us
scheduled. Yes, some snap will come very soon. Okay, so please let's go right ahead. So we are all instructors. I am also an instructor on this platform. So we are going to look at the steps that one has to take. First of all, you need to create a class. The class is simply the course that you are taking. You have students in the class. Now, when we say enroll students, you are enrolling students in a particular class that you are the instructor. So you need to create a class. That is the first step. As you may see from the screen, you can see I have a number of classes already. In actual fact, there's the first one is only the authentic one. But so apart from information literacy, all the others, I created them to be checking papers for us. They are not really, they are not real. Good. So art class, you can see this art class. So this, I'm coming to this page with the assumption that you already have your account and you have already logged in. I don't know whether anyone here doesn't have an account. Is there anyone who doesn't have an account? Yeah, I've created. You send me a message. Just a while ago. Okay. So please, do you also have a Gmail, the institutional Gmail? Yeah, if you're on it, I may even be able to set you up right away. Okay, so you can see from here. Yes. Okay, so for some reasons, please, let's do the registration later. For some reasons, yes. Also because of time. But all of you already have accounts. I only have to reset. So first of all, we need to create a class. So if you log in, this is what you see. Once you log in the first time. Okay, you are not, can I see?
You don't have a class.
Okay, so you see, I think, let me see, enroll in the class. Yes, click on that. Yes. No, you start that. Very good. Okay. So did you see enroll in a class? So your students will enroll in the class that you have created. So this is what you will see. You see our class. It's going to be very fast. So please, let's follow through. Takes you to this page. So you have an option, class type, an option to create a standard class or a master class. A standard class is one that the instructor is mostly responsible for. With a master one, you know, we have TAs. We have a TA's array system. You can also allow your TA to also manage your classes. I would say for now, because we are ourselves not very proficient in it, let's maintain standard for now. So you have a standard class and allow the TAs to observe you. Later on, when you are very proficient yourself, you can convert to a master class. So let's leave it at the default standard class. Then class name. So you would have to create a class name that is real. You have several courses. If you want to replicate the name of the course, that's fine. If you want to have a part of it, that's also fine. So can anyone give us something that we can play with? What? Spec. Spec. Oh, that's all. Spec. So we make a spec. Okay. Okay. So enrollment key. Usually, okay. Yes. But it should be a graduate class. Yeah, research methods. Okay. Which is general. Yeah, you can actually put in any course you want, but it should be a graduate class. Yeah. So the enrollment key is usually like a code, like our course codes. That you see at the end of the day, you are going to give the enrollment key and I think class name to your students for them to enroll in the course.
I'm so sorry, sir. Excuse me.
Well, choosing in a way that it's quite mnemonic, you know, they'll be able to remember and all that.
Chris, can you hear me?
So what are we going for? Research methods. You have a course code, something that they will remember. So for their class. Okay. PAGEDI 711. Okay.
Chris?
Very good. So that's how I created it. I didn't leave any space. I think you can decide to leave a space if you want it. Now, subject area is the broader area of the program. So it may not be the exact name of the program as we've stated. So you have to select. I don't know where research methods. I will choose social studies or what? You have to choose a very broad subject area. Yeah. Now, student level is also there. You have to choose. I think we have graduates and postgraduates. Prof, I don't know the difference. Prof Watkins, Graduates and postgraduates. What's the difference?
From postgraduate from master's degree.
Oh.
From master's degree.
Oh, so graduate students, can we say graduate students and we are referring to undergraduate students? Yeah, in this, they have the two. That's why I'm asking. Not that I don't know, but whenever, sometimes, in our documents, sometimes we write graduates school, sometimes postgraduates. So I'm just asking, what is there a real difference?
It's not real.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Some areas or some you see graduates, and that comprises everybody.
Okay. Okay. So here we'll choose graduates.
I think it has to be American style.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Okay. So up to this point, you also have class start dates and then class end dates. You need to choose this well. We have a semester system. So a course usually runs the whole semester. The class is also the same as the course. Okay, so the class is just the same as the course. And the courses, they run for a semester. At the end of it, you have to start again. So you have to determine. The first one is by default. It will be the dates that you are doing it. It cannot be, for instance, this semester started in January, late January, isn't it? But you cannot backdate this. It will only be the current time. Then class end dates. So you have to determine that. If it is, by default, they have even put it at, I think, is it up to August? That should be about 5 or so months. Yeah, so you need to let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. We may also decide to make it maybe the end of this semester. That should be about okay. No, so it's up to you. You have to determine. So let me leave it here. Okay, so you can see some feedback. I've created a class. They say congratulations. So class ID and enrollment key. You need to keep this information somewhere. Either you copy and paste. And then this is what you are going to give to your students to enroll in the class. Later on, I think we will see how that will also be done. That's for the students, how they can do it on their own. Good. So I have created my class, research methods. Now, the purpose for which you have created this class is to create an assignment. It is the assignment that is going to result in the need to submit papers, written papers, 10 papers, or even the thesis, the projects, the draft stage, up to the final stage. It is this that you are creating as an assignment. So you need to create an assignment for which all these submissions would have to be passed through. So now you click add assignments. Good. So here I would really need your rapt attention, because this is where the issues about the students don't get to see it and whatever. But this is where the settings, all the settings, you have the opportunity to set them appropriately. So assignment title. This research method. Don't forget. So we want to be a bit real. Can we create an assignment title? Excuse me. Oh no, I don't think that's quite like I want us to really like some kind of
Qualitative research.
Qualitative research. Okay, so just put in qualitative research. Point value, I think it's not really so necessary. You can decide to leave that. Now, allow only file types that Turnitin can check for similarity. It is good to leave it here. It is good to leave it by default, leave it here. Now, this is the most critical part to us. No. Yeah, I think when you click on the edits, that's wrong way. It will also take you here. Yeah. But actually, rather click on the class, then click on add assignments. So both ways it can go. But please, police, this is actually the most important part for our purpose. Submit papers to. I hope you are able to see. Sorry if you are not able to, but I'll read. Submit papers to standard paper repository, institution paper repository, student choice of repository, no repository. So, where's Philip? You are here. A way to deal with the issues that we were talking about. That by all means, we should be allowed to check our own work. Fine. So, standard paper repository, what does it mean? Now, let me read something, what Turnitin actually says. Turnitin will store a copy of all the submitted documents only in the standard repository. By choosing this option, Turnitin is instructed to only use stored documents to make similarity checks against any documents submitted in the future. The first one, simply what it means is that it is going to be stored in the worldwide database. Now, institution paper repository, choosing this option instruct Turnitin to only add submitted document to a repository private to your institution. Similarity checks to be submitted to the submitted documents will be made by other instructors within your institution. This option, I would say, maybe I'll not go there because of, if we are really using the software to grade our students' writing, that is when we choose the second option. But as of now, I would say maybe we are not yet doing that. Yes. So I'll move to the last one. No repository. The team is instructed to not store submitted document to any repository. We will only process the paper to perform the initial similarity check.
So we should use the no.
Yes. So no repository. Usually, you use the no repository when it is only a draft. It is only a draft. I would say that the final work here in terms of thesis or the research and the thesis, if you are sure that your students is ready to submit, then you should choose the first one. If you don't, Prof, the danger is this. Someone will go to the library or anywhere and take the work and go and plagiarize everything, resubmit even to you if you don't take care, and you won't see. Yes. So once you are certain that the work at this time is ready for examination, then you use the first option. But other than that, please use the last option.
Would you advise that it's not ready for assess examination?
Okay.
After the examination is done,
It's true. You are right.
Probably at the coordinator, the graduates coordinator.
Okay.
At its end,
okay.
They probably will have to finance of.
Yes. Yes, you're actually right. I meant almost the same thing. When you are sure that the work is actually done, then you can submit it. But Prof, I think the similarity report is also added to the examination itself, isn't it? Yes. So that one cannot come after the exam. You have to attach the similarity report initially.
Yes. When you go for assessment.
Okay, so maybe you are advising that even that one we use the no repository, the first one.
Sure.
I think I agree. Yes, I agree with you. Honestly, I agree with you perfectly. Yes, so it's important that we take you to this. Yes. I would not like to bore you, but some of our colleagues have already used the first one. And you won't believe it, it's been back and forth. One person, his PhD, and he's supposed to be published alongside. He's doing a PhD in India. And you won't believe it, the pain he's going through. He used the first one. And the work is stored there. And then later on, he sent it to me to check. I don't know why. And then I checked, and then it came out 100%. And we have been trying to remove it. It's been back and forth. I think he probably sent it to other institutions. So it is also stored in their database, because last week or so, I think, yes, G and I and the instructor, the person I'm talking about, had a meeting. And then we talked about it. I think they restored it. Finally, it had to go to the US headquarters for them to restore it. And when they did, still, I checked, and it was still in the database. I don't know, Prof. And the guy is really, he's a friend. And he's at a point, a very low point, because, and his supervisor threatened him. I even saw the email. Don't add my name to any plagiarized work. So it is very serious. And I know some of you here, or yes, I also having similar experiences. Some of you have approached me. When it gets to that stage, I can only wish you well. Because actually it's not my work.
To share my experience.
Yes.
It's the but no repository.
Yes.
Because it's a standard. Our PhD candidate was so I went to over there. It was a standard. Also,
Okay. At that time, it is, yeah.
And I just processed it. It finished West. I checked, and the similarity was almost 50.
Okay. First time.
Then I sent back to that. That's because he's unable to assess it. So I sent it to him and also added some points and then when he went on and sent it, now he reported similarity again of his initial work, and it is directing him to our repository.
50%. Yeah, so he will be starting at 50%. The second time he does it.
And it's
now 100.
He called me at night, and we're trying to see the way forward and all this will balloon. And I thought even when I delete, it will take the whole work out. Because he was unable to edit. I was also unable to edit. I deleted, and that the thing is still hanging there.
Yes, thank you.
Because it has gone to the repository, the standard. So when I reported, I told you to come to place, and then we're going to know that because it was set as standard, it has gotten to the
main database.
So they have to now bring it back before we can even take the work out. So let's pay particular attention. When we are setting, the listing is already set.
The default standard. But if you make a mistake and you don't change it,
it's going to create a big problem. If it's the final work, then
you are doing it.
It take a very long time for this.
Very good. So the good thing is that for that very assignment, once you do the settings and you save it, it will always be a no repository. That's a good thing. So every work that is passed through will be no repository, and it will not store it. Now you need to go to the additional setting. They say optional, but it is very important that you go to it. So other settings allow submissions after the due dates. You know, as I've been talking about this thing, it is for our students directly. So you can see the questions that are coming are for you to actually administer an assignment. So allow submission after the, I think normally the answer is no. When you say a due date in the real physical world, we set a deadline. And then usually after that, we don't accept.
And there's always a grace period.
No, so it's up to you. I'm only exposing what I see.
Yes.
You cannot say grace period. You have to either yes or no. Yes. I would always choose yes for my purpose.
Yes.
Generate similarity report for submissions. Yes. I think that is indeed what we really want to have. Now, generate similarity report for student submission. Good. So here it is also very important that you look at it. So if you choose immediately first report, it's final. You see, if you the instructor, if you choose the first one, it means that you are not giving the students any opportunity to run another future test. Immediately, the second one can override reports until due dates. Don't you think that one is a correct one? Yes, that's the most appropriate one. So I will choose the second one. And I'm sure, Prof. So I'm sure you would have seen that these settings were not done. Now, exclude bibliographic materials from similarity index for all papers in this assignment. Yes. But I have had some of our colleagues who told me, oh, they know how to use it. They've been using it. And when I checked then their settings, they had chosen no. No, you always have to do it. The administrator cannot do it. I think the question is whether I can do it for all of you. No, you always have to do it yourselves. Exclude quoted materials from similarity index for all papers in this assignment. You also get this part, quoted materials, quotations. You know, quotations are not most of the time included in similarity checks. But what about students? If some people will be abusing quotations, it's up to you. So I think you have to determine. If you see, so you see the point I'm saying is, I'm making it that if someone has about 10 lines and has used quotation marks, then you have to flag it that no, you cannot do this. So that's the process of training them in good writing skills. Because when they do that, and here you have selected yes. Exclude quoted material, then it would exclude it. Meanwhile, the students have copied that to puff up the work and submit to you for grading. So you have to always look at all those things. Exclude small sources. I would probably leave that, but okay. So let's
this one. Similar or similarity index.
Yes.
For all of this. What is it?
Okay, let me read what it says here. The settings here allow the instructor to choose to exclude text appearing in the quotes, that's quotation marks, from being checked for matches when generating similarity reports. This setting can be overridden in individual similarity reports. Prof, you know, Appiah and others, they say that once something is in quotation marks, it is excluded. So, but what I was saying was that students, novice, or maybe they think they are wise or smart, will decide to then bring the quote. In fact, those are some of the ways some people generate the reports. Now, I think you would understand what G was saying and what I was also saying. The manipulation. I had a certain guy who was doing this. He was a NAPO personnel in Mampon. NAPO person with me in Mampon. He did his master's quickly. He's a lecturer or instructor at the College of Education. Very good guy. And he tells me, oh, doc, I can outsmart this Turnitin. All I do is put quotation marks around it. Yes, and he has shown me a lot of reports. And they have a way, Microsoft Word has a way of masking some text. And then he does it. Then when he takes off. Yes, he takes it off. So that is why, Prof, that is why the thing is that don't let people generate their own reports, because they have a way of avoiding, yes. So that is basically why. Now, assuming it is brought to you, you have about 20 or 30 students, and you have to go and verify. See, they'll bring you the reports, and you see it, that it looks authentic. And you're going to be able to check each one of them. You may not have the time.
That's why in the institution, so students, for instance, they have to be taken to library for it to generate it. And they use the approved ones.
Prof, thank you so much. But you know that I know institutions. Yes, I don't know about here, but frankly, I know institutions in Ghana that require it. But Prof, I think I'm not mistaken to say this, that I've heard some students asking that they've been asked to add the similarity index. In the last 2 years, I've checked no less than 10 MPhils. For them, I use other institutions' accounts anyway, which the G is saying is unethical anyway. But because we didn't have it, and people were coming to me, I still had to. So I did that, and it was from here, our students. They said that, please, I've been asked to add the report. But just imagine the person going to my guy. Yes, the guy is able to do it. He knows computers very well.
Let me give you
Yes. Yes. My good brother, I know it. I know it myself, but I'll pretend that I know it. That's what the guy was doing. Yes.
If you receive the report, the report normally is come at the end.
Okay.
Then it tells you the options that are activated. It can tell you down the report whether the posts were included, where it's less than 100 words. If someone wants to beat the system, the report tells you.
No, this one, what he said is not included. But you know, when you are checking, I'll show you. Hopefully, we should be patient. When you are checking, there's a way to expose hidden marks and texts. But if you let the students or the students proxy do the test themselves, then they will not activate that functionality. That's what I mean. And that is what G was also saying. But we have not gotten there, maybe we didn't really understand. There's a way that you can manipulate it yourself. Simple. Good. So, Prof, now see this. Allow students to see similarity reports. Allow students to see similarity reports. Good. Some of you may have actually chosen no. Yes. Have you been choosing yes?
my previous.
You don't remember. I don't know. Very good. Yes. In fact,
I know whether they are.
Very good. Very good. Because we go to the student option and you will see exactly. Students can also see it themselves. Yes. So that's it. I think we are almost getting to the end of this. Now, this side.
But that's the exclusive
sources. I didn't mention it. You know, there could be the issue of stop words. Stop words and the incidental plagiarism. You see, there are certain topics or areas. There are some words that you cannot avoid. They repeat themselves. So you can decide to include those words. Example, let's say this very topic, words like quantitative, qualitative, methods, all that. Yes.
This one, I think you can limit how many words.
Yes.
You consider.
Yes.
So when you go to exclude small words,
yes.
That's like 3 consecutive words. If they appear the same way in other words, it's okay.
Very good. So this is how it appears. I clicked yes. And when I clicked yes, this thing popped up. It said word counts, words, percentage. You can decide to use any of them. So you as the instructor knows that this very subject, there are some stop words that are likely to be used. So you can decide that maybe for about 100 words, it should be excluded. You can decide to put it there, either in words or in percentages. I don't know, but it depends. So you will determine. I hope we understand this one, so that the overall similarity would deliberately exclude some percentage, threshold. Being aware that there are certain words that you could not avoidably omit. Yes, avoid. You see, so that's what this thing will help you to do.
Great.
Yes.
With the percentage words, at the end of the day, it gives us the sources, the percentage of similarity of copying work of those.
Okay.
So sometimes it can be here is 1%, there is 2%. And this is any point you copy from, which is less than 1%, also under 1%.
Okay.
So you can choose that as somebody
the source. and it's less than 1%, it should omit.
1%. If it is less than 1%,
Yes.
you omitted it, not become.
Very good. And if you choose the words to,
Yes.
so I
If it
think
says word
the words that have been copied are less than 10,
Yeah.
it should omit. I should not count it. I think it's the same that I was trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's it. Now allow students to see similarity reports. I think you can make a yes. Now here, search options. This is where you determine where your document should be checked. Is it in the student paper repository, institution paper, current and archived internet? Obviously, we are not using the first two options. So you want the work to be checked against internet sources, current and archived internet, as well as journal publications or databases. So these two, that's the last two in most cases. In fact, even if you choose all of them, it is only the last two that is going to work, because we are not, using that option. Good. There, you see, you were talking about the grammar. Enable grammar checking using e-rater technology. Yes, no. I think you can decide. But you see, the purpose of this is not for grammar checking per se. If you do that, then you are bringing more problems. Editing and proofreading is another part of the whole thing. This is for originality or similarity checking, to know the percentage of copying or original writing in the work as against the current internet or archived internet, and then journals or these databases.
So this enable grammar checking, what is it for?
So that is if you want to also activate grammar checking in that assignment. But you see, I'm saying that will give you more problems. You as an instructor. Well, you then have to deal with even, and I don't think at that point you are ready to deal with that. So I have always been saying no in most cases, but if you want to go ahead and use it, it's a functionality that we have also paid for. So once you do this, then you submit. Okay, let me go back. You say there's something I left in there. Okay, so I have created the class. I've created the assignments. Now I need to. Okay. So can you look at this? This is the class. Research methods class. And then the assignment is qualitative research. The assignment is qualitative research. Now you need to submit or input the assignment for students. You need to allow them to do it. First of all, they need to enroll.
Chris,
Yes.
I want to take you about it.
And
then we'll grammar check. It's an easy later. Then, so when you take yes, will it generate another report on the grammar?
No, I think it will generate it on the documents.
On the
Yes. It will highlight. Yes.
Have you tried it? Yes.
I haven't actually tried it. No, I don't think it will substitute.
That's the grammar check.
No, it will not provide substitutes. No, it will not.
So it will just highlight.
Yeah. My little advice that you just focus on the main one. This one is going to bring another whole dimension. So now we are going to check for similarity in a paper. I don't know whether you saw what I did, but I clicked on Add Assignments. So I've created a class. I've created the assignments. Yes. And I want to submit to this assignment. So I'll have to click on More Actions. More Actions. Submit assignments. So I'll now have to go through another process. So first of all, I'll have to choose a file. So what file do I want to run? Okay. So this process, just like attaching a file on Gmail or anywhere.
Does it support everything?
Yes, but not necessarily every file. Not necessarily every file. I think when we're starting, there was an option.
Yes.
You needed to check. But it checks some particular. They are listed, and okay, they are listed. Good. So you have to check. I think file types. Microsoft Word, WordPerfect, PDF. Yes.
It's text file.
Yeah, mostly text file. Good. So so this is a case where if you're the instructor, what I'm doing now is the instructor himself checking for similarity. Yes. But if you assuming that it's actually a student that you are checking for, you will have to name the students. Let's see. What is the title of the document? Okay. Then upload. Then submit. Okay, so at this point, the grade is ready for us to see. But before I even check the grade, now, assuming that you made a mistake when you selected the document, the file, and you want to delete this. There is something that is very critical that we need to look at. What I'll do is that if I want to, like Prof, you said that you wanted to delete something. I think this is what you did. So you came here. So what I did is I checked this. Then it gives me these options. Let me do it again. So I click on this. Then it gives me all these options. Then I have delete, download, and whatever. So I click on delete. I don't know whether you're able to see very well, but it is delete from remove from inbox or request permanent deletion. Remove from inbox. Remove from inbox is like deleting something from your Gmail or your email account. Now, when you do that, you know that when you delete something from your Gmail, it is still actually there. It is actually not gone. Yes, it is going into your trash for some time. Yes, and indeed, it is still with Google. It's in their database. If they really want to get into it, they can easily do it. So if you choose the first one, what you have simply done is superficially or artificially delete. You haven't deleted anything. What you need to do rather is request permanent deletion. And when you request the permanent deletion, you are requesting the administrator of this account. The administrator will have to then do the deletion for you. So the reason for the agony some of our colleagues have, experienced now is that they remove from inbox. Then what it means that it will not delete. It is still in the database. First of all, they would have selected standard database. Yes. If they have not selected standard database, they don't even have a problem. Yes. But most of them would have selected standard database. Then they also delete the inbox. So they don't have the opportunity to delete it at all. It is still there. So you go and check every time it says document is in Akenten, Appiah-Menka University of Skills database. It won't go. You have to send the administrator a request. So that is what I have shown you. And look at the process, very simple. Let me go back again. Delete, request permanent deletion, continue. Then you get this. So they will even ask you what is the reason for the deletion. You see, usually your students, some of them want to play smart. Maybe the person deliberately use someone else's work. So you see, it's about integrity checking. But they want to know why you want to delete. So you have to select wrong paper submitted, then continue. Even that one, they expect you to go through some delay tactics. Type delete. Type the word delete. All of this will still not be deleted. Even after you send confirm, it will come to me, but it's still not deleted. Until I also go through a similar process to delete it. So they want to make sure that you are not doing something illegal or illicit and you want to cover up. So that is it. I think that is with deletion request. In fact, it is maybe the cream of all that I wanted to share with you today. Deletion request, sending deletion request. Very, very, very important. So now let's see the grade for this paper that we just checked. I don't know, but if you can see this, when I clicked on the, it said this is a draft submission. Any and all marks will be deleted when or if the paper is resubmitted. Would you like to continue? So do you see how this solves the problem that we're talking about? Yes. So if you just want to use it to help you, but as we said, hopefully you are doing it correctly. But even if you want to steal someone's paper and be improving it, fine. Fine. But if you use this, oh, but people do that. But it's happening. I don't know why you think these things are happening. Very, very, very frequently. Yeah, students, but lecturers, professors, big people have been sometimes imprisoned. They've stolen it. Why would they be arrested, please? Okay. So that's the problem that I will talk about. Then you have to see the administrator of the accounts. Then the administrator will go through a very long, tedious process of contacting Turnitin USA, not even South Africa, because I contacted him and he said that they can't do it because they are only the marketing agents. So he had to send a request. Sometimes even if I send, it may not be taken serious. They have to send it on my behalf. And it's a tedious process. The example that I've explained, you don't know it, back and forth. So it's a difficult thing, and I don't want that to happen to any of you. Please send this message to everyone who is not here today.
Let's go.
Yes, Prof.
Is it possible that we can set a default that whatever people check, it will not be sent to the standard? Is it possible?
Oh, Prof, I don't think that one is possible. It is only when you are creating an assignment, then you will do it. And that is why we are doing this workshop, basically. So for every assignment, yeah, it will stay for that class. Yes, it will stay for that class. But honestly, I don't think it's possible. Notwithstanding, I'll ask G. There are certain things I also want to do. I don't know why. I'm surprised that in Latin they say Ebooks. Yes, I didn't understand, but I knew that's why you were saying. Yeah. So please, this is a report. Now there's a report that has been generated. And you can see a number of things here. I will not talk about those in blue, but those in red. So you can see those in red, it's the flag. Click on the flag. Please, I hope we are listening to this. Yes. When you click on the flag, what it does is that it reveals to you whether the students had masked or hidden some text so that they are not checked for similarity. So the use of the quotation marks and all that, when you click on the flag, it is able to reveal it. But just imagine if the student, him or herself, is generating the reports. Do you get it? Not that they cannot do it, or not that they should not do it, but for very, very important outputs like the final work or even some drafts, or maybe a 10 paper or something, you should be able to do it and check. So they submit and then you will check using all these functionalities. Now this work is 18%. So you can see this. Now for you to get this appearing on the page, you need to click on 18%. Like you need to click on it. If you don't click on it and you do the you download it, it will only come with just 18%. It will not reveal the sources, the various sources. So you need to have this very few. So once you click on 18%, let me go back. Yes. Now, assuming I don't click on it and I download this report, it will only give me 18% without giving me any details. So you click on 18%, then you have this. Now you are even able to see all sources, even on this view. So when you click on this, you're able to see the sources themselves. Good. If you remember, we talked about those sources that can be excluded. So assuming there is something that has been borrowed from a source and it's less than 1%, even when students submit, you can decide to input that if a copy is less than 1%, it should be excluded. Even at this stage of submission, you can do that. Or you can alternatively decide to use words. So if there are 20 words from a source, it should be excluded from the final determination of the similarity index.
So which one is ideal?
Which one is ideal? Yeah. I think the percentage. Yes. I think it's straightforward. Yes. Good. So I now want to generate my report. So at this point, I will come to this settings symbol here. Click on it. Then click on this arrow. Now what I want to download is a current view. So I click current view. You know this document that I just checked? It's actually the one for the person I was talking about. I think the problem has been solved now. I don't know what I haven't even seen it until now. He will be very relieved. It's been over a month of agony. Yeah, it's now 18%. Yeah. Actually, they are not perfect. I mean, they are not plagiarized or anything. So this is it. This is the reports. So you can see the color scheme running through.
Which already?
I think basically what we want to see is the final grade.
That's work on the code.
So this is it. Yes, especially the red ones. Especially the red ones. But similarity for this document is 18%. Now let's see the sources. 4% from ResearchGate, 2% from. You know, if we had activated the 1% rule, for instance, it means that his level of similarity would only be 6%. Means that this work is highly original. Highly original. There's a presentation, but I won't talk about it. Also, there's something, it's a caveat. If your similarity index is too low, what it also means is that your level of using sources is low, and that is not good enough. That is also not good enough. It means you are not using enough sources. Yes.
If you use enough sources, it's another problem.
Yes, please.
If that we normally consider is first we look at the total similarity,
Okay.
and then you can look at the percentage from a particular source.
Yes.
So maybe
The interpretation, not the interpretation.
it's only 6%, but then 5% is coming from one source. It means that
And that is still high. Thank you, my good brother. Yes. If he's saying something very important, you see this working. But you know, the source, ResearchGate, is actually like a database. So it is not to a journal. If it is to a, or even a journal, a particular paper, okay, if it is to a particular paper, then it is dangerous. But in this case, ResearchGate is only a platform. So you cannot say that he has actually committed any over copying. Yes, but this the software is showing us that all the copies, 4%, are from ResearchGate, first and foremost. It doesn't necessarily review the various papers to us. But when you judge, considering that ResearchGate is a platform, not even a database, not even just a journal, but contains several papers from several authors, you can say that this person has not committed any error, any copy or whatever. Yes. Okay, so I think that so this is what Clement, I think you were talking about. Exclude quotes on, exclude bibliography on, exclude matches off. So this thing has just passed up the whole thing. Very good. Now let's look at how you can enroll your students or let your students enroll. Simple. I think that's the last leg of this presentation. So please, let me mention it again. The most critical things you should take notice, where to store or where you want the database that you want to use. What we are saying is that please use no repository for our purpose. And Professor Dan so emphasized that even the final work, don't use standard database until after it has gone to from external accesses and corrections have been done, then you can, but even at that point, is it still necessary to even turn it in? I don't think even at that time it's necessary again, isn't it? So it looks like, yeah. It secures your work, yeah. I agree. But what happens when you want to publish out of it? Because that's what we do.
What about the institution?
The institution repository, it will just be local. Yes. So that one will be local. So I think you can use the institution's repository when you want to keep it within. But that will still not, because people go to tech, they go on. And now the final works are all on the internet. One good reason why we post graduate work online is also to avoid this issue of plagiarism. Once it is there, if you go and get a physical copy and all that, it will still show. So now, an instructor has created a class, and he or she wants the student to enroll in the class, first and foremost, and then submit assignments. What do the students do? So let's see. I am also a student. So another role I have as a student, let's go to my page as a student. So this is my page as a student. First of all, always direct them, how can they reach, how can they get Turnitin? They can even just go online and type turnitin.com or go to Google and then just type Turnitin. So your students can go to the main Turnitin page, even from the internet, but they can go to the university library portal from their websites and also do so. So right from here, even from here, you want your students to enroll in your class. There's something hiding my screen, but you can see create accounts. I think top right corner, create accounts, login. Yeah, students don't create accounts. So they only have to log in. Now this is the page they get. How do they log in now? You should have created the account for them. You should have enrolled them already. But even if you haven't done that and you just want them to enroll in a class, then you should have given them the class ID and the enrollment key. I think what you remember very well. So keep it very well whenever you create a class. So they come here, new user. Then they will have the student, teaching assistant, instructor. So a student will select obviously the first one, student. So class ID is here. Let me get the previous one. So the EDI 711. Okay. Oh, that's the enrollment key, sorry. Yes, so class ID, I think, where is it? Did I keep it? No, it's some numbers. Yeah, some series of numbers. I probably didn't keep it up. So what do you do? maybe I can use one of my classes, the class that I've already created. Okay. Okay, so if you want to find this information, as we dine, let's also kindly look here. If you want to, assuming you've forgotten, just go to your page again. The class ID is right here. I think on the extreme left on the page. That's where the class ID is. Now, if you want to get into it, even more details, come to edits. Look here, somewhere here. Edits. There is, yes. Click on that certain symbol. Good. So it takes you here. You can also find the enrollment key. Yeah. You can also find the enrollment key. Yeah. So for my class, okay, so I can recall it. So login. Okay, so I'm copying the class ID. Let's do the always like that. Yeah, that's why it's behaving like that. You know, I log in here. So I go to the other side and I want to appear like a new user. Then it locks up at the other side too. Good. So these are the most critical pieces of information, the class ID and then enrollment key. These are the critical information that you need to supply to your students. I believe you can share it on the WhatsApp pages. So once the student gets it, this is what they actually go through. So your first name, the student's first name, let's say Araba. I should add Kumsin to it. He's a popular newscaster. Then the student's user email. I mean the email, if it's institutional is better. I think we have a structure. They are all not required. So the most required ones, or the ones that are required for them to enter, are the class ID and then the class enrollment key. But I think you should ensure that they will enter all the other details. I think you should ensure that they will enter all the other details. Let me just try whether it will accept me without. Okay, they say this is required. Email is required. So let me use my own email. So this very lesson, please, you are supposed to teach your students. I'll come to your classes, especially the graduate classes, definitely. Mampon has already scheduled Friday for that. Then the graduate coordinator was even just calling right now. But you have to teach them, actually. It's your role, not my role, actually. Yeah, but I'll still come there maybe for the first time, but enter your password. What password? So a password, let me go ahead to go without. Yes.
Use your email address and have a password created for
Turnitin. Okay. That is when you are creating for the students.
It's not
when they go. So this form, yeah, this form. Okay. Yes. Yes, it's requiring it. So I'm requiring it. So a new password, not their email password, a new password for Turnitin. So let me use my own password. There's a secret question they have to answer to whatever. Help them recover their accounts if they lose it. What song did you first dance to? Prof, what song did you first dance to with your wife when you first married? Well, that was the song I danced so much. The first make of your car, I will choose Toyota. Let's. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, I think the password you must abide by some limits. They say this one, it must be 7 characters at least. So let me type another one. Okay. So it's accepted. Okay. There are some password. Okay, so after all this, agree to the terms of references. Oh, they didn't accept mine. They said because it's me.
Yeah, we need to do that.
Okay, someone should give me another. Clement, give me yours.
Because
No, it's work. It's work.
Okay.
Because I'm already a student. Are you also a student?
No, but I tried my email as a student.
It didn't work.
Yeah.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, but me, I'm a student too.
Yeah,
or is it because I'm an administrator? No, I don't think so. Give me your email.
So institutional email. Well, what? Okay, I remember.
But Chris, can we be sure if she's on Turnitin already?
Yes, she is. Yeah, she is, but she can also assume the role of a student.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, really? Are you sure this sound your tendency? If I made a mistake. No, this is your email. So that one I didn't make that mistake. Right. Oh, the same thing.
Yes.
Okay, so what do we do? Can someone who is not yet on Turnitin give me their accounts?
But I was great.
Okay. So, I let me see the name. Oh, okay. Let me. No. So how come I am able to?
Oh yeah, that's the magic around it.
Oh, maybe because I'm an administrator. Maybe I don't even know why. Yeah, because I'm able to assume all the three roles.
Really use fake media like this. But maybe they'll send you a link to that's me.
Yeah, wait, you cannot
Yeah. Yes.
well, I think you should be ready to go to your mail from the yes.
But a moment.
Yes.
If you use email,
Yes.
as a student,
Can unenroll you. Can unenroll.
okay, that's okay.
Oh yeah. Just for training.
I believe you are using create an account.
Yes.
No. If you are not, then you have a pro, you have to create before you can use it to log in. You have to create it, then log in.
No, right now I'm logging in.
As everything that is bigger than you bigger than greater. So
So yes, so you have to create
yeah,
before you can log in.
so that's what he's doing.
Yes,
Crazy.
so create, then after you can log in.
Yes, actually, what I'm doing is two ways. You should see the form. It has class ID. It also has class enrollment key. So this person is only being enrolled into a class. Yes.
But you have not created an account, it will allow you to. For now, your account is still account. It will allow you to.
Okay. Let's
So
see.
create.
Okay. Let's do a new student.
You say login, when you enroll, of course. So just move to your, yes, then. Yeah. Say
Okay, maybe let's see the other way around. So let me go back to my page. So these are the assignments that I have. I have many assignments, but this is my class, information literacy. So I want to enroll students so that they will be able to see assignments that are posted. Now on this very page, you have assignments, students, libraries, and what have you. But students, hello, Prof. I would want your attention to it. So on this page, that is the page where you have your assignments. You have assignments, students, libraries, and what have you. But students is the tab that would allow you to enroll your students. Usually you have a class list. You can do it individually, but I guess if you know your class list, use it. So if you have 20, 30 students, you can get a list to upload student lists. But that is exactly what we did to create the work account for all lecturers. Yes, they say that yes, you must. So this is a format for which the name should appear. First name, if you use Excel, for instance, first name, last name, and then the institutional email. Very simple. And then you upload. Maybe for this purpose, I'll just use add individual students. You can also just add individual students. Okay.
Yes, that's the best way. Add students. Okay. But the email address, when you use add students, it doesn't necessarily that is the
it could be any other. It could be any other. Just because some of them don't have this, they don't even know them,
yes,
or they have never used it. Yeah. Okay.
And over there, when you send it, a link will be shared in their email address.
Yes.
And all that they need is the enrollment key.
Yes.
So
yes.
when they click on it,
yes. Doc, so you can check for me. So I have just created or enrolled you. Okay. So just look at this. You can see Isaac Abraham here. If you want to know, I mean, Isaac Abraham is now a student. You want to know the assignment that he has. He clicks on, his name. Maybe I am still at the instructor view. So let me go to student view. I don't know whether this one is going to be me or. Yeah, he's the one that will see it. Yes, he's the one that will see it, but I want because I want to demonstrate. So, so there's it. So it's the same as what I'm showing you now. Look at it. I'm also a student now. So it's the same thing that I'm showing you. So I click on this. You click on this if you're a student. Good. So this is what the students will be seeing. This is what they will be seeing. Now, you see, every class has a start time and then end time. So the assignments must also be valid. It should be within the period. Otherwise, if they submit, it will reject it. Now, let me see whether any of my assignments are still valid. Yeah. Oh, they are all outdated, huh? Oh. Start date, due dates. Okay.
Like give your email address, let me enroll you. Then you go through your email, then we see from the student point of view.
Okay.
How it is done.
Okay. Okay. So my email.
I'm unable to log in.
You are not unable to log in. Yes. Okay, but have you seen the email? Yes. You see the email? Okay. I'm wondering why. But it's not really a challenge anyway. Okay, all my classes are expired, but what I'll do is I can just create a new class. But Prof, do you still want to?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So give me a
Yeah, see Mfum. Mfum at the net.
So
Yeah, CMFUM at Amstead dot.
So check your email address. Okay.
Okay. So you see that you have been enrolled in a 10 class by your instructor. Very good, thank you. So log in now. So my email, then my password. So I log in, right? Okay, so project work. Okay, good. So I click on it. I click on project work. This is what I get.
So you didn't even request for the enrollment scheme.
Well, it's because you have enrolled me. What I was saying earlier. Yes. Yes. In fact, it is the same thing. It's just that I think all of us have accounts. That's why. That's why I didn't accept it. You can give just the enrollment key, and then someone will be able to log in without you necessarily enrolling them. So for now, when I get it like this, I go to submit. So now I'm a student. You click on the submit button. So you type submission title. Maybe I would also type, well, what should I type? Project assignments. Then I choose the document from my so when it attaches, then you upload. Prof, so be checking so that you see.
This one, after your, listen, it should load for you to go and submit again before it will come. So you wait, it has.
Okay.
So at this stage, it's now trying to, first it is trying to preview.
Yes.
So the preview will come and ask you to submit. So until you submit, it will never.
No, I was just saying that you be ready.
I'll be ready. All right. That's not the preview. So you have to scroll down.
Yes.
Then
Confirm. Then return.
Yes.
That's where you see the grade.
And sometimes it takes a bit of time. The document.
Yeah. If the document is big.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, so you look at it. It has now appeared. 28%. Has now appeared. So, Prof, the student has seen.
Yes.
It was because of the setting. Yeah. I think we've come to the end of this long day. And I hope it's been worth it. Yes.
Your end, if you want to delete,
Yes.
and resubmit.
Okay.
Check and see.
That's if the student wants to.
Delete. Because probably I'll say that it should be less than
Prof,
more than 20.
Prof, look at it, resubmit.
That's so it's showing that
it was because of the settings. Okay, I don't know. No, you should have done this.
No. Now when you go to resubmit and you go to the process, it automatically deletes the previous one.
Okay, yes. Okay. I have to go back here. Okay, view. Okay. As in what is there? Okay. Yes, that is what we call feedback studio for you to see the sources and all that.
What happens at the supervisor stage?
Okay, so for me, supervisor, you also check whether you can see all these things.
Ours, we are not going to the view.
Hello?
You have to click on the scenario document. And when you click then to give you the options where we have the flag, download, and all those.
Thinking that if the student does the right.
So where they have the review, we have this section for the document and we have the options.
Yes.
So I want the student.
No, I'm the student here. Look at me. So there's it. Yes.
So you reduce it maybe 2%.
Reduce 1 to 2%.
So that doesn't show those are
anything that is. Oh, okay.
Because
So,
see how it responds.
okay. So let's see. Yeah. So we click on this thing that looks like filters. Then so exclude. Let's go to 2%. The percentage one. Since you said percent, then you go to the second one. So 2. Apply changes. Wait, let me do it again.
But this one, you know what to.
No, you know, I had typed 12%. I saw something that something was wrong. So now 6.
So we want to see how it's happening.
Okay, I'll just end.
What you have done here is the output.
Yes,
So it will affect my end.
Yes.
So
yes.
let's also listen.
Yes.
So
this is manipulation.
Manipulation.
Which
if
is
you are
better will be able to detect whatever is.
So if you are submitting it, then you can manipulate it here.
Very good.
And submit it.
Very good.
But if I'm checking in here,
Very good.
the original.
Very good. So, Prof, and colleagues, so this is all that we are talking about. So if you allow only the students to say that they should do it and submit to you, as far as they are submitted, then they will manipulate. But this is even so simple because you know it will appear at the end. They exclude. But my good brother, many of our colleagues will not be able to even detect or know what it means. And they will pass it on. You will see that these things will be happening because the external assessors, some of them will also do their own checking. So do their own checking.
From 28% to
yes,
6%.
Yes. Just when I remove all the 2% source matching, it has reduced it to 2%. So, yes, all the colors will disappear. So see you. Then, so you see what the student will then do. Then they download. See current view. Then they bring it to you. So I think you now understand G. The point G was trying to make. You shouldn't just allow the students to manipulate the process. I think the part that I was even talking about is, I know for sure, because I've seen it I've seen it happening. When people deliberately are just using this only to
minimize.
Yes.
Yes.
When you submit, they will have the original without the flagging of the 2%.
No, we are not talking about the flagging. We are talking about, Prof, we are talking about developing creative and original writing.
Yes.
What is innovative and what is very authentic. But if people would only use this to guide them in reducing their illicit and insincerity,
then why?
Yes.
Why did they also include this? They shouldn't have included this.
That's so conclusive.
They shouldn't have included the software development.
That's my view. That's my respected view.
They shouldn't have included this in the development of the software.
Which one exactly?
The percentage, the flagging of the percentage to use the distance, so that people can have a way out to.
No, Prof. No, I'm still not talking about that one.
No, I'm
that one you are talking about the filters and ways to make room for the use of stock or incidental similarity. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when people deliberately want to use this, they know they have picked sources without.
These voters should not be.
No, I want to conclude on my point first before you come to yours. That is the one we were actually talking about. That when people are using it effortlessly just to reduce, if you like, illicitly or insincerely copied work, make it appear as if they own it, and then they go to post it. The university's name is attached. You know, many journals, Sign Direct and all that. There's a site they call Retraction Watch. Almost every day, papers by top authors are even retracted because they see incidents of fabrication and plagiarism. Almost every time, Retraction Watch.com, you go there, you see top publications that are being retracted, and it affects the reputation of the institution because someone can launch a complaint that this paper is mine. It's mine, and they will be able to prove, and that article will be withdrawn. And look at the damage that will do to you and the institution actually. So I'm not talking about the filtering and all that. As for the filtering and all that, the instructor, you have command over it. You have absolute command over it. No, because of the issue of incidental plagiarism we talked about, Prof. I don't know whether yes, because you see, you as the instructor assume, it's an assumption you make that some level of copying should be tolerated from sources. And it's an assumption you make to make up for incidental plagiarism. Yes, Prof.
This seems very important. the whole South community here. These demands, some of them are in classroom. Is it possible for you and your app give them this kind of a guide as to how to set up a forum, how to this kind of thing?
We've been done it.
Oh,
We've been done it.
Yes,
Yes. Definitely. That one we've been done it. I think we've even shared it before. It's on the pages. Oh, we've done it. We've shared it before. You will not be able to fail because we share a lot of things. But if you don't share, okay, maybe inside of the WhatsApp. Yeah, sometimes I think that emails are better. Now, WhatsApp, when you lose the phone or you change it, you don't even recover it. Prof, we will do that. Thank you so much. Thank you. But you know, my concern mostly is not even about using the processes, the mechanical process. That's not even my worry. It's about how to properly guide our students to be able to use it. And then in a way, we ourselves use it properly. Yes. But I think what I'm even talking about now, they are not ones that I can document because it's always controversial. It's always controversial. But as for the steps, how to that one, we are even preparing videos. Yes, I think even this has been recorded, isn't it? Even this presentation has been recorded. But we are preparing short videos on how to do all these things. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's been very long, but I'm so grateful. Please, let's carry on some of the few tips to other colleagues, but I'm sure we would even be better for it if we are able to practice, integrate, and then improve our writing and make the university a better university than we found it. Thank you so much. What would you have suggested? Okay, but you know the challenge. We were going, the subscription was done in October. I think you are very much aware. Then the strike struck. The long strike struck. That's when we were going to do it. Indeed, we did one online. G did one for many of you. But maybe it didn't go down well. So the timing, definitely we needed to do it at this time. We had even wanted to do it last week when school had reopened. Because the strike came in and there was nothing we could do. Okay, maybe that's an additional. And I realized it when I came. But because we needed to clear it, and some of us, we have other engagements. I have to go to Mampon tomorrow to do that one too. So thank you so much. Please, let's pray because we started with a prayer. Mr. Abraham, can you pray for us?
Okay, please carry on. We are praying. As so much be able to submit for taking us, but we try to for successful workshop. We are praying that we will be able to access whatever that we have learned. Jesus. You're back. I won't tell you to. Yes, sir. So, the prayer which we say for the time. Oh, okay. No.
Meet me doing.
Okay. Chris, so I can end there. I can end presentation.